Chapter 1208. Double monthly ticket period. Those with tickets will be boosted. The fallen demon ancestor was unusually handsome. His face naturally revealed an inexplicable evil aura. There was a strange charm on his body. It was as if he could make any cultivator develop a strong sense of worship in their hearts, making them want to worship him and follow him forever. Outside him, one could almost see countless demon gods surrounding him, singing beautiful praises. They were tempting him into the abyss of depravity. The ancestor of the sky demon, who came next, also had an unusually young appearance. He held a pitch-black demonic umbrella in his hand. It looked very similar to the sky-shielding umbrella from before. His pitch-black demonic hair constantly fluttered on its own, revealing a lawless supreme will. His arrogance soared to the sky, and he was unruly to the extreme. Formless, skyless, and fallen demon ancestors, judgment, darkness, and light, the three supremes, and the black tortoise ancestor. There were a total of 7 sovereigns. On the other side, Old Mother Phoenix, Fate, Demon Master, and Space. On the surface, it looked like there were only 4 sovereigns, but their formless auras were not inferior to the other side at all. In addition, there was the demon court. For a moment, the atmosphere in the void was faintly tense. Emitting an incomparably oppressive aura, the unparalleled demon emperors and the judgment divine guards were almost constantly retreating. They kept moving further and further away. Just the pressure alone could directly crush them to death. Crush them into meat paste. It looked like the judgment divine guards had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, they had the black tortoise ancestor, an old antique, who used unique rules to be invincible here. However, they all had a strong sense of fear towards the Fate divine guards. Fate, Demon Master, Space. We haven't seen each other for close to 100,000 years. However, this time, are you really going to stand up for the Shifter Emperor? The ancestor of the Sky Demon glanced coldly at Di Shetien, then at the Fate divine guards, and asked in a deep voice. Bullying the weak. The Shifter Emperor is a peerless genius of the origin world. If I let you kill him, I won't call myself a sovereign. Whoever dares to touch the Shifter Emperor will be an enemy of my Devil Master. The Demon Lord's every word was resounding and powerful. He carried an unparalleled determination as he coldly swept his gaze over all the demon ancestors and supremes. There was an unconcealable intense fighting spirit in his eyes. Sovereign-level existences like us are imperishable and indestructible. Our fleshly body and nascent divinity are one. Even if we were to fight for 1,000 years, we might not necessarily be able to determine the victor. If they were to continue fighting here, it would affect the entire primal chaos. It wouldn't do anyone any good. Why don't we both take a step back? The dark goddess took a deep breath, looked at the atmosphere that had almost begun to solidify, and muttered to herself. How do we retreat? The demon lord sneered and glanced over. He mocked. Could it be that you want us to hand over the Shifter Emperor? In my opinion, how about this? The fallen demon ancestor snickered evilly. Since the Paragon of Judgment and the Demon Emperor have a grudge against each other for the death of their brothers, it could be said to be a blood feud as deep as the ocean. Why don't we have a duel between the Paragon of Judgment and the Demon Emperor? The winner lives and the loser dies. Life and death depended on one's ability. Even if I die, I will not regret it. He casually put forward a seemingly fair proposal. However, when they heard this, all the experts in the demon court, including the myriad tribulation ancestor, felt an urge to curse out loud. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? How could you make such a suggestion? What bullshit fairness? That's complete nonsense. An ancient sovereign fighting a half-step sovereign? That's the funniest joke in the world. There was an insurmountable gap between sovereigns and non-sovereigns. Whether it was in cultivation or magic power, there was an enormous gap between them. If a half-step sovereign clashed with a sovereign, there was almost no doubt that the half-step sovereign would be blasted to smithereens. The difference was simply too great. To suggest that Di Shetien should duel with a Primeval supremacy was truly a good idea. Fallen Devil Ancestor, your words are a bit excessive. The space god's voice also contained a hint of anger. This was fairness, pure favoritism and murder. It was an attempt to kill Di Shitian. Once the duel started, there was a 90% chance that he would fall. How could he not see the sinister nature of this proposal? Too much. However, this seat thinks that the fallen devil ancestor's proposal is not bad. This seat can agree to a duel that will obviously damage my reputation. I just don't know if the Yarrow Emperor has the guts to do so. The trial supremacist's eyes lit up as he looked at Di Shitian provocatively. To him, this suggestion was the best way to take revenge. Xiao Chen could kill the Fiend Emperor openly and legitimately, washing away his lost face and taking revenge for his younger brother. It could be said to be the most perfect proposal. What a primeval supremacy, to be so shameless. The lightning ancestor coldly snorted. His expression was filled with disdain. Fine. This emperor will agree. A duel of life and death shall not end until one is dead. Just when all the powerhouses didn't think that the demon emperor would agree, Sakura, who had been sitting on the throne and hadn't spoken much, suddenly agreed with an unusually resolute tone. There was a hint of decisiveness in his voice. It was as if once he had decided, no power could change it. This was an emperor. His words were like nails that were set in stone. There was no room for negotiation. Good. The Yarrow Emperor is indeed the Yarrow Emperor. This seat did not underestimate you. The fallen devil ancestor laughed strangely and made the decision on the spot. There was no room for negotiation. Yarrow Emperor, you, the Space Dominus, heard this and could not help but frown slightly. He looked at him, shook his head, and sighed faintly. His voice also revealed that he felt that the Yarrow Emperor was a little reckless. He was too arbitrary. Good. What a peerless Yarrow Emperor. No wonder my daughter thinks so highly of you. You are indeed extraordinary. The demon master secretly nodded and muttered. This emperor agrees to the duel of life and death, but Di Shitian did not have any intention of going back on his words. However, this sentence still made the trial supremacy frown slightly. But what? The trial supremacy asked. But the date of the duel must be decided by this emperor. Di Shitian slowly said. You decide. How long do you want? Are you trying to stall for time? The radiant God King questioned. 10 years. 10 years later, this emperor and you will have a duel of life and death. We will fight to the death. Di Shitian said with a dignified expression. His face naturally revealed a dignified expression, which made his words filled with a convincing feeling. 10 years. The trial supremacy pondered for a moment and said, all right, this supremacy will give you 10 years. However, 10 years later, you and I will fight. You are not allowed to borrow the power of the demon court. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking together. 10 years later, we will fight to the death in the life and death domain. Only one of us can come out alive. The only thing that the trial supremacy was afraid of Di Shitian was the demon court. When he heard that he needed 10 years, he did not hesitate and took the opportunity to remove the demon court from the duel. This way, the advantage he had would be infinitely expanded. Without the demon court, he did not think that the Yarrow Emperor would be his opponent. All right. This emperor agrees. Di Shitian agreed without hesitation. Words are no guarantee. Let's write a duel to the death. The trial supremacy said again. Obviously, he was afraid that Di Shitian would not dare to accept the duel and would run away. A piece of white paper appeared in the void. There was an invisible force rapidly writing on it. Today, the trial supremacy and the Yarrow Emperor Di Shitian have written a duel to the death. 10 years later, both parties will enter the life and death domain to fight to the death. There will only be one life and one death. If the trial supremacy does not accept the duel, under the rules of the Grand Tao, both parties will be annihilated. A letter of challenge was written out of thin air. The Supreme Being's finger split open, and golden blood flowed out. He wrote in the air, writing the words Supreme Being of Judgment on the letter of challenge. Di Shitian did not hesitate and wrote the words Yarrow Emperor Di Shitian on the duel with his own sovereign blood. Both parties signed the duel. Suddenly, a mysterious force descended and swept the entire letter of challenge into the void, disappearing without a trace. There was no trace of it. All right. The duel has been written. If you don't come in 10 years, I won't have to kill you. The Grand Tao will kill you. The trial supremacy sneered. You can take advantage of the last 10 years and enjoy your last moments. With that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared with the trial divine guards. TSK, I will definitely go and watch the duel in 10 years. The fall of a peerless genius must be something that will make me excited. The fallen demon ancestor laughed strangely and left as well. Charming, why haven't you come back yet? The heart-devouring demon ancestor has been waiting for you to return. The heavenless archdevil ancestor swept his gaze across the soaring firmament demon court and landed on my shin. His voice was filled with irresistible power. He. Return. You'll have to ask my husband if he agrees or not. My shin didn't hesitate to chuckle and reply to Di Shitian. You're on your own. The no-sky demon ancestor narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything else. In the blink of an eye, the two demon ancestors disappeared with the rest of the demon emperors. Demon Emperor, since you've made a duel with trial, I'll let you live this time. The black tortoise ancestor also spat out a sentence. He turned and left. As expected, you're still a tortoise. The ancient phoenix mother saw this and sneered disdainfully. I'm a black tortoise, not a tortoise. When the black tortoise ancestor heard this, he almost fell to the ground. He screamed helplessly and hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the experts that had almost frozen the void left one after another. The fate supremacy and the others didn't stop them. At this level, it wasn't easy to keep any of them alive. However, the fate supremacy, the demon master, and the space supremacy didn't leave. Instead, they turned and looked at Di Shitian. 3 supremacies, this emperor has prepared a banquet in the Jade Pool. Please enter the city. Di Shitian stood up from his throne and nodded slightly as he invited the 3 supremacies. As he spoke, he didn't put himself at a disadvantage. Instead, he treated them as equals. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijien. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1209. That's fine too. Back in the primordial era, we parted in a hurry and didn't have time to talk. Back then, you were just a little yarrow god who had just proven your Tao through strength. Who would have thought that when we meet again today, not only would you have reached the half-step ruler realm, but you'd also forged such a heaven-suppressing demon court. An immortal-grade divine artifact. Even I can't help but admire you. The demon lord looked at Di Shitian, then swept his gaze over the demon court. He could sense that the ancient city's aura was strangely concealed. The world inside was almost completely cut off from the outside world. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. The 4 ancient heavenly gates suppressed the 4 directions. It was a display of the demon court's supreme might. At a glance, it was as if he was looking at an existence as great as himself. He couldn't help but nod slightly. Haha, I've long heard that the demon court is rich in spirit wine and fine brews. There are even heaven-grade immortal brews. This old man has long wanted to taste them. Even if you didn't invite me, I would have come uninvited. The space god's expression was that of an ordinary old man, like an old farmer next door. He no longer had the mysterious aura of a god. Instead, he seemed to have returned to his natural state. Those who didn't know better wouldn't have thought that he was an existence standing at the very peak of the primordial chaos realm. Good. The fate god swept a meaningful glance over Di Shitian. His eyes, filled with the vicissitudes of time, seemed to be able to see through everything. Immortal-grade divine artifact. I've only heard that the primordial godfiends used countless years of accumulation and countless materials to forge it with a piece of myriad divine metal as the main material, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Today, I naturally can't miss the demon court. I want to see where my darling Yu-Er will live in the future. Tricolored light flashed from Imperial Phoenix's body. In the blink of an eye, her enormous body transformed into a peerless goddess. She wore a tricolored feather dress that perfectly accentuated her flawless figure. Her smooth curves exuded explosive temptation. One couldn't help but stare at her, unable to look away. In the Jade Pool. The banquet was held with the highest standards. 10,000-year-old fine wines were brought out without any hesitation. Some spirit wines were sealed in gourds. After being sealed for tens of thousands of years, they were opened to reveal a gourd full of fine wine. In the end, there was only a small cup, but it was as if it was about to solidify. It was unusually sticky and incomparably mellow. It could be said to be a divine wine. The vegetables were grown from the sacred spirit tree of reincarnation and cooked by the culinary god clan. It could be said to be the most supreme enjoyment in the world. As soon as they sat down, even the 4 sovereigns couldn't help but have a great appetite. They unceremoniously picked up their bowls and chopsticks and tasted all the dishes on the table. Even the old mother of the Imperial Phoenix Divine Emperor was smiling from ear to ear. Regardless of whether it was the wine or the delicacies, all of them left a rich aftertaste. Other than the 4 space sovereigns and Di Shitian, there were also Chen Shi, Mai Xin, Katomi, Su Tianxiang, Di Yu his 2 children, the soliciting Moon Holy Mother, Di Ling Zi Xian, and the others. However, they did not share the same table. After 3 rounds of wine, the space sovereign put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "Shifter Emperor, you agreed too hastily. It's only 10 years, and you won't be able to draw on the power of the demon court. I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous for you when the time comes." He continued with a serious tone, "The Primeval Supremes are not as simple as you think. The primal chaos is an existence that has existed for much longer than the origin world and the demon god continent. Each of the Primeval Supremes is exceptionally ancient. If you want to win in 10 years, with your current strength, it will be a little dangerous." Only sovereigns knew the enormous gap between sovereigns and non-sovereigns. It was a realm where one could use every bit of power to the limit. "That's right, Shifter Emperor. You are indeed a peerless genius in the origin world. You didn't rely on any external power, only yourself, and steadily advanced step by step. You even reached the half-step sovereign realm in a short time. In the entire world, you are the only one I have ever seen. However, there is still a huge gap between you and the Judgment Supremes. Even if you have the legacy of a conjurer, it will still be the same." The Demon Master said bluntly, "If you want to win, you must become a sovereign. Otherwise, you will almost certainly die. Speaking of which, even though I've managed to reach the half-step ruler realm, I'm not too sure about how to reach the ruler realm, or how to cultivate after reaching the ruler realm. I hope the 4 of you can explain it to me." When Di Shitian heard this, he picked up the wine jug and filled the cups of the Fate Sovereign and the others. He asked with unusual sincerity, "Very well. Since you've already reached this level, you should know how to become a sovereign." The Demon Master nodded slightly and took a deep breath. His gaze was deep as he said, "If you want to become a sovereign, you must understand what a sovereign is." "That's right. Sovereigns are called sovereigns because once they become a sovereign, they can wield the great Tao and have the supreme power to reverse the universe. Although on the surface, the world can no longer control the will of a peerless expert. They still exist within the laws of the world. Within the 3,000 great Taos. To become a sovereign is to comprehend a great Tao to the extreme and cultivate it to the extreme, even surpassing the great Tao that they cultivate. Their great Tao surpasses the original 3,000 great Taos of the world and stands above them. Their divine abilities become one, and their flesh and primordial spirit become one. This is what a true sovereign is. The space sovereign unhurriedly explained the mysteries of the sovereign realm. A sovereign is a great Tao of the world. They are no longer restricted by the great Tao they cultivate. Instead, they wield the great Tao and are the master of the great Tao. His words could be said to have expressed it quite clearly. Those below the level of a peerless expert were bound by the great Tao of the world. They only knew how to borrow the power of the great Tao. A peerless expert was equal to the great Tao of the world. They were one. They were not enslaved, nor could they transcend. A sovereign was the master of the great Tao. They could change it at will and even use it. The most crucial aspect was the fusion of the physical body and the primordial spirit. When the physical body became immortal, it was the indestructible divinity of the great Tao that one cultivated. When the primordial spirit became immortal, it was the comprehension of the essence of the great Tao. It was the realm. Only by combining the two could one truly comprehend the wonders of the great Tao. One's body was the great Tao. Otherwise, the physical body and the primordial spirit were two parts. Would a great Tao be divided into two parts? I see. Di Shitian listened carefully. The people before him were all seniors in terms of cultivation. Some of their experiences in cultivation could be said to be the most precious treasure. It would be a pity to miss even a sliver of it. He listened to their descriptions and compared them to his own situation. Gradually, he became more aware of the changes in his body. If he wanted to become a sovereign, he had to have his own Tao. He didn't need to worry about himself at all. He didn't cultivate any of the 3,000 orthodox great Taos. Instead, he cultivated the ultimate Emperor Great Tao, which was formed by the fusion of the Tao of Emperor and the Tao of Desire. He was the founder of this great Tao. There was no possibility of him being bound by the great Tao. No cultivator in the world understood the ultimate Emperor Great Tao better than him. It was a great Tao that was unique and independent of the 3,000 great Taos. Moreover, his divine ability was completely centered around the ultimate Emperor Tao. It was condensed into the Supreme Emperor Mantra. Once it was a divine ability, all battle skills were derived from it. As the saying went, the Tao gave birth to one gave birth to two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. The fusion of flesh and primordial spirit was originally the final step, but it had been completed long ago. It was a perfect fusion. It could be said that all obstacles on the path to becoming a sovereign had been swept away. As long as his cultivation reached a certain level, he could ascend to the sovereign realm at any time. After listening, Di Shitian suddenly asked, "What do the four of you think about acupoints?" They talked a lot, but the Space Dominus and the others didn't mention anything about acupoints. Di Shitian, who had been puzzled by the sudden changes in his acupoints, didn't hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to ask about them. Acupoints. When the demon lord heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. His gaze fell on Di Shitian's face and swept back and forth a few times. Even the Fate Dominus, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but look at him. He seemed to have heard something strange. To other cultivators, acupoints didn't seem like much, but to them, they seemed to have a mysterious attraction. Even though we received the Divine Tomb's inheritance, we were unable to truly understand the mysteries of acupoints. There were only a few words in the Divine Tomb, and rumor has it that they are closely related to the sovereign realm's ascension to the eternal divine sovereign level. After a long silence, the demon lord slowly uttered these words. As soon as this sentence came out, there was a violent tremor in Sakra's mind. He had an inconceivable guess about the inexplicable changes in his acupoints. Yarrow Emperor, I've watched you grow, and I've never done anything you weren't confident in. Since you agreed to the battle of 10 years and the wager of life and death, you must have a foolproof plan. However, you are a genius born of our origin world. Today, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Speak. The only thing we can do is help you push on the path to sovereign realm. The Fate Dominus's aged voice slowly spoke. That's right. My daughter thinks highly of you, and as her father, I can't be stingy. Speak. What do you want? The demon lord said with great confidence. I want the Divine Tomb's tombstone. When Di Shitian heard this, he spoke in a low voice. Everyone immediately fell silent. You want the Divine Tomb's tombstone? The Fate Dominus's eyes shone brightly as he asked again. That's right. If you can give me the tombstone, I, Di Shitian, promise you that if you need anything in the future, I will agree to one request from each of you. This emperor will owe you a favor. Di Shitian continued without backing down. The Fate Dominus, the Space Dominus, and the Demon Lord glanced at each other, a hint of solemnity and confusion in their eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyen. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12:10. As they looked at each other, the three divine consciousnesses quickly communicated with each other. Di Shitian could sense it, but he couldn't hear it. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't hear it. As long as he used the clairaudient ability, he could vaguely hear it with his current ability, but he didn't pry. He just waved his hand and said to the maid behind him, "Take away the food and wine. Brew a pot of enlightenment tea, various spiritual essences, and bring some peaches." "Yes, Your Majesty," the maid behind him replied respectfully. Her voice was unusually beautiful. The three divine consciousnesses were also communicating quickly. "Back when I obtained the tomb of the god of sin and fully grasped the inheritance, I found a remnant will in the tomb of the god of sin. That tombstone is a unique treasure. Although it suppresses the tomb of the god of sin, even if you obtain the inheritance of the tomb of the god of sin, you can't activate its supreme divine power unless you're fated with it. The moment the tombstone meets a fated person is the moment it leaves. The fated person with the tombstone is the greatest variable in the boundless world. Befriending him will bring endless benefits." Today, the Shifter Emperor asked for the tombstone. Could he be the fated person mentioned in the will? The Space Dominus divine consciousnesses carried a trace of seriousness as he spoke quickly. "That's right. There was also such a sentence left in the tomb of the god of sin. Moreover, that tombstone is an item that suppresses the tomb of the god of sin. It selects a successor for the tomb of the god of sin. Without the tombstone's approval, no one can enter the tomb of the god of sin. The tombstone contains great power. When I ascended to the position of dominator, I tried to refine the tombstone, but I couldn't refine it at all. It was like rotten wood in my hands. It seems that we're not fated with the tombstone," the demon master said solemnly. "Destiny is destiny. The fate of the Shifter Emperor can't be restrained by any river of destiny. Since ancient times, I've already seen that he's a variable. Who knows, he might really be the fated one. This is the Shifter Emperor's opportunity. Perhaps, it's our opportunity as well," the Fate Dominus said meaningfully. The three divine consciousnesses communicated quickly. It seemed slow, but in reality, it didn't take much time. However, in this short period of time, the food and wine in front of them were all taken away, and plates of spiritual fruits and peaches were extremely tempting. The aroma of a pot of divine tea of enlightenment filled the air. "I can give you a tombstone. However, if we have something to ask of you in the future, you can't refuse." The Space Dominus looked at Di Shitian and said with a serious expression. "That's right, we won't ask about the use of the tombstone. However, since we're asking you to agree to one of our conditions, we won't make it too difficult for you. Perhaps in the future, it will be something that you can easily accomplish," the Demon Master added. His words carried a hint of seriousness and a rare sense of nervousness. Although the Chief Sovereign of Fate didn't say anything, it was clear that the three of them shared the same opinion. "Good. In the future, as long as it's within the scope of this Emperor's ability, you only need to say a word and I will absolutely not say half a word of refusal." Sakura pondered for a moment and decisively agreed. 3 tombs, 3 tombstones. To him, this was an indescribable temptation. No matter how difficult things would be in the future, the most important thing now was to obtain the tombstone. "All right." Di Shitian agreed. The Chief Sovereign of Fate and the other two no longer hesitated. Light flashed in their hands. All of a sudden, 3 ancient tombstones that looked like stubborn stones landed in the pavilion out of thin air. Boom, boom, boom. Although the 3 tombstones didn't reveal any strange aura, they unnaturally gave the surroundings an indescribable pressure. It was as if a mysterious and ancient aura was circulating within the tombstones. Although they were like stones, they naturally exuded an extraordinary aura. There were no mysterious words on the tombstones like the tombstone in the southern barbaric mountain range. Instead, there was a mysterious ancient character on each tombstone. Speaking of which, it was strange. These ancient characters didn't belong to any of the characters of the Violet Gold continent. However, they emanated a mysterious power that allowed anyone who saw them to clearly understand the meaning of the ancient characters. Law, army, force. Di Shitian's eyes narrowed slightly as he instantly understood the meaning of these 3 ancient characters. Faintly, he understood some of the secrets contained within. Di Shitian waved his hand and put away the 3 tombstones. 10 years later, the 3 of us will fight for you in the life and death desolation domain. If the Primeval Supremes don't keep their word, the 3 of us won't be polite either. At most, we'll fight to the death with them. The demon master lifted the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and nodded inwardly. This divine tea of enlightenment had the miraculous effect of allowing one's mind to become closer to the great Tao and comprehend one's realm. It could be said to be a rather miraculous carnate spiritual route. As he tasted the tea, he said something. Clearly, he intended to support Yi Futian. Yarrow Emperor, since my Yu'er has acknowledged you as his father, I can't just stand by and watch. 10 years later, I'll naturally come to watch the battle. It's fine if you die in battle, but if my Yu'er is harmed in any way, I won't let you off. The old Mother Phoenix said in a low voice. Yarrow Emperor, are you confident of becoming a sovereign in 10 years? The Space Dominus asked. 10 years later, judgment will definitely fall at my hands. Di Shitian didn't give a direct answer. If he said he was confident, then the old Mother Phoenix would think that he was being overly arrogant. Who hadn't gone through countless trials and tribulations to become a sovereign? Crossing a heavenly chasm in 10 years would be a little too arrogant. Thus, there was a hint of ambiguity in his words. Chief Sovereign of Fate, what is your relationship with Tai Xian? Inexplicably, Sakura asked. Him? The Fate Dominus shook his head. He's just a drop of blood that fell from my wounds when I fought the 9 demon ancestors in the primordial era. It fell into the mortal world and absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. He's somewhat related to me. I also gave him some of my treasures in the past. A strange look flashed through Di Shitian's eyes when he heard this. After sitting in the jade pool for a while, the 3 sovereigns and the old Mother Phoenix bade farewell. However, before leaving, the Space Dominus glanced meaningfully at Charm Shin and said, "Take care of yourself." Charm Shin's expression changed slightly when she heard this. After they left, the Ling Xiao demon court trembled slightly and disappeared into thin air. When they left the Skysplit Tower, they were already in the boundless primal chaos. The myriad tribulation ancestor, the lightning ancestor, and the Ghost King didn't leave. Instead, they each found a saint vein and sat on it to cultivate. The yuan qi in the sovereign divine veins was too domineering. Even they couldn't bear it. However, saint veins had unimaginable benefits for half-step sovereigns. It had a miraculous effect on increasing one's cultivation. Sakura, however, was sitting upright in the Emperor's jade archive. He allowed the vast yuan qi of heaven and earth to pour into his imperial body. It crazily filled his acupoints with yuan qi. Ha, a harvest, a great harvest. I didn't expect the 3 sovereigns to give up on these 3 tombstones so easily and give them to you. Great, these 3 tombstones, in addition to the one in your body, make a total of 4 tombstones. Of the 9 tombstones, there are still 5 left. Once you gather them, you'll be able to see the secrets within. Dark laughed wildly in excitement. It's impossible for the sovereigns to not know the secrets of the tombstones. Even if they can't use them, they know their value. However, they gave them to me without hesitation. In the future, this favor and request won't be simple. Di Shitian took a deep breath and looked at the 3 tombstones in front of him. It was easy to get, but the favor he owed was huge. He would have to return it in the future. Boundless heaven and earth, absolute Emperor Tao, 3 tombstones, merge into my body. Sakura looked at the 3 tombstones and his body suddenly exploded, turning into 129,600 indestructible Supreme Emperor talismans. They instantly surrounded the 3 tombstones. They formed the Absolute Emperor Immortal Formation and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, his imperial body reformed. The 3 tombstones were sucked into his body. Boom, boom, boom. Once the tombstones were sucked into his body, they moved under the cleansing of the imperial blood. Suddenly, they seemed to have a mind of their own and moved on their own. The strength steely instantly rushed into the kidneys of the 5 organs. It strangely stood there without moving. However, the entire kidneys had become incomparably tough. It seemed to have endless divine power that could destroy anything. The law tombstone went into his right arm and stayed there. Finally, the soldier steely rushed into his lungs and stayed there, motionless. It made his lungs seem to be incomparably strong. The 4 tombstones were the battle tombstone, the law tombstone, the weapon tombstone, and the strength tombstone. After entering his body, he vaguely felt an illusion that they were resonating with each other from a distance. There was a mysterious connection between each of them. Phew. Good, now that I have 4 tombstones, even if I haven't broken through to the sovereign realm, with the power of these 4 tombstones, I can fight against the judgment god. I might not necessarily lose. Di Shitian felt the 4 tombstones in his body, and a strong sense of confidence reverberated in his body. The ultimate emperor, indestructible emperor talisman in his left arm, which had been damaged by continuously using the tombstone's power, had transformed under the cleansing of the demon court's ascension to the immortal realm. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the tombstone's power easily. The power inside was too domineering. Before reaching the sovereign realm, using it would cause great damage. Although there were 4 tombstones now, using it would cause even more damage. Crazy Di, you must reach the sovereign realm in 10 years. However, with the demon court, I believe that 10 years will be enough to fill all the acupoints in your body. However, I believe that you have more than just this plan. Could it be that you want to find the ancient city of primal chaos? Underworld's understanding of Di Shitian was very deep. The moment he opened his mouth, he revealed his purpose. That's right. There can't be any mistakes in reaching the sovereign realm. In a battle of life and death, there must be no mistakes. The ancient city of primal chaos is imperative. Di Shitian did not deny it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12:11. In the past, he hadn't ventured into Primal Chaos City for 2 reasons. First, he had heard about the Supreme God Realm. Second, he knew that there was a high chance of obtaining innate divine treasures in the Tower of Babel. Third, he was afraid that Primal Chaos City would be filled with inexplicable dangers. If he had been alone, he would have chosen to go to Primal Chaos City. But now, he was carrying the entire demonic beast race's inheritance. A single mishap could ruin the monster spirit race's future. It was these 3 reasons that kept him from acting rashly. When he'd had other options, he'd put the city at the back of his mind. But things were different now. The demon court was an immortal treasure. That alone gave him ample confidence. Even if he encountered some unknown danger in the city, the court would be more than enough to deal with it. Even in the most dangerous of times, it could preserve the monster spirit race's heritage. Let alone the fact that Indra also wanted to know what was in the Primal Chaos City. Maybe, this would be a great opportunity for him to break through to the Empyrean sovereign realm. The tides of annihilation weren't far off. Once they arrived, the final battle would begin. He had to do everything in his power to ascend to the sovereign realm in 10 years. All right. Rumor has it that the city is even older than the Violet Gold continent and the Demon God continent. It's one of the oldest existences in the chaos. Once we find it, we'll definitely reap great benefits. But I don't know if we can find it in 10 years. Juana tilted her head, blinked, and said in a clear voice. It might have been impossible in the past, but things are different now. With the Chaos Decree, the Demon Court can ascend to the immortal realm and traverse millions of miles with a single thought. No matter how vast the chaos is, we'll definitely be able to find the city in 10 years. Di Shitian wasn't in a hurry. The Demon Court's speed had reached an unfathomable level. Every time the Imperial Jade Archive rotated, it absorbed the energy of 3,000 origin immortals from the chaos and infused it into the 3,000 Tao lotuses. The lotuses would produce all sorts of unique carnate vital energy on their own. They could support the Demon Court's speed without a problem. Moreover, even if the Imperial Jade Archive didn't absorb chaos energy from the chaos, the ancient city could still rely on the lotuses to generate vital energy. The only difference was that the rate at which the archive devoured energy was much slower. He didn't say anything else. The Primal Chaos token went straight into the Supreme Life Lamp. The coordinates of Primal Chaos City appeared in the Life Lamp. The coordinates were constantly moving. Clearly, Primal Chaos City was not stationary. Under the guidance of the Life Lantern, the Demon Court was shuttling through the Primal Chaos City at an astonishing speed. Every moment felt as if he was teleporting. As soon as he appeared in one place, he immediately jumped to another. Di Shitian sat cross-legged in the Jade Archive. Every time the Jade Archive spun, it would devour 3,000 primordial chaos chi, and a total of 1,000 primordial chaos chi would be directly injected into his body, pouring into the 108 acupoints all over his body. It continued to fill up the remaining 10% of the acupoints. However, when the vast chaotic chi surged in, it was as if it had entered a bottomless pit. The empty space still seemed to have no changes. Fortunately, Di Shitian could vaguely feel that the power in his acupuncture point had increased slightly. Although it was slow, as long as he could feel the growth, it was enough for him to persevere. Time law, reverse time. The time on the Jade Archive was instantly reversed, turning into a terrifying ratio of 1 to 10,000. And every quarter of an hour required the primordial chaos chi of 100 primordial chaos chi to support it. The Demon Court moved forward steadily. In the ancient city, the group of ancient demon gods did not waste any time. They all sat on the sacred meridians and worked hard to cultivate, stabilizing their own realms, trying their best to improve during this period of time. The ancient city was on the way to Primal Chaos City. At the same time, in the boundless primal chaos, a vast and boundless continent stood in the void. At a glance, this continent was like looking at the purple gold continent or even the demon god continent. Vast and boundless. However, outside this land, no chaos chi could enter, as it was blocked out by an invisible barrier. At the edge of the continent, there were patches of auspicious clouds that stood in mid-air. It was like a cloud platform, and there were huge crossbows that were tens of thousands of feet long. On the crossbows, there were countless mysterious runes that were densely distributed. They were constantly flashing, and had a monstrous killing power that intimidated all directions. Behind the crossbows, there was a huge puppet that was made of countless materials and emitted a metallic luster. This puppet seemed to be in a deep sleep, but it naturally exuded a powerful deterrent force that intimidated all directions. There was one such cloud platform at every set distance, and it was distributed in the most perfect way in every region of the continent. As long as a battle broke out, it would immediately launch the most terrifying attacks. It was densely packed and uncountable. And on the continent, there were many places that resembled ports. As the saying went, the primal chaos was like the sea, and living beings were the fishes and shrimps in the sea. From time to time, there would be cultivators and primordial godfiends from various parts of the primal chaos landing in the ports and entering the continent. In the center of the continent, there was an incomparably huge divine city. Its size was almost immeasurable. Inside, there were endless streams of all kinds of strange races. It was unusually lively. Primordial godfiends, which were rare in the primal chaos, were abnormally numerous here. There were countless shops inside, and countless godfiends were setting up stalls to exchange for items they wanted. And so on. What other worlds could be seen here? At this moment, in a restaurant, people were discussing the same thing. I heard that Autarch of Judgment went to hunt down the monster emperor who killed his brother, Dowlord of Slaughter. Who would have thought this would happen? Rumor has it that even the Radiant God King and the Dark Goddess went to help, but they still failed to kill the monster emperor. If I hadn't seen Autarch of Judgment's furious expression with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have believed it. A burly man stuffed an immortal ox's leg into his mouth and shouted excitedly. I knew that the monster emperor wouldn't be killed that easily. Monster spirits are a bunch of fucking lunatics. This has been known since the primordial era. And it's full of variables. Who knows if a monster will suddenly pop out of nowhere? Also, I heard that the monster emperor brought the demon court into the Skysplit Tower and upgraded the ancient city from autarch rank to high immortal rank. An immortal rank artifact. There are no more than 3 of them in the entire chaos. Also, Rumor has it that the demon court was upgraded with all 3,000 great Daos. In that case, its potential is even greater than that of the sovereign divine domain. It'd be a blessing to be able to cultivate in there. A woman in alluring attire sighed with yearning. The upgrade from autarch rank to immortal rank was a process of finalization. For example, if you became immortal with 2,000 great Dao pillars, you wouldn't be able to add another great Dao to the artifact in the future. There would always be 2,000 great Dao pillars, and only 2,000 great Dao pillars could be strengthened. This was an eternal law. It wasn't that autarch of the primordial era didn't want his sovereign divine domain to reach 3,000 great Dao pillars before upgrading, but the artifact itself might not be able to withstand the great Dao pillars and would collapse. Therefore, the materials used to construct the artifact were the most important. It's said that Autarch of Judgment and the Yarrow Emperor have made a life and death contract. In 10 years, they will have a decisive battle in the domain of life and death. It's unknown who will be the winner and have the last laugh. Since the Yarrow Emperor dared to agree, could it be that he has some powerful trump card that he hasn't revealed yet? Could it be that he can contend against the Autarch? No matter what, this is an unprecedented battle. No matter what, I will definitely go to the domain of life and death to watch the battle in 10 years. If I miss such a great battle, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. This is a challenge issued by a half-step sovereign to an autarch of the primordial era. I can't wait to know the result. One expert after another continued to discuss. They exclaimed. They were very interested in the life and death battle that was about to begin in 10 years. They all expressed that they would definitely go and watch the earth-shattering battle with their own eyes. There was a unique region in the chaos. An invisible crystal wall appeared out of thin air. The boundless chaotic chi was directly blocked outside. Inside, layers of strange mist filled the air. Vaguely, countless terrifying demon gods were constantly changing their forms and roaring wildly. They were letting out truly terrifying demon roars. It was intimidating. No one could see what was happening inside. Even the crystal wall was filled with a strong evil aura. At this moment, a vast and boundless continent appeared inside. This continent was even more ancient than the sovereign god realm. It was deep and terrifying. Every inch of the void and air was filled with a strong demonic aura. This demonic aura was filled with strong violence and ferocity. Outside the continent, there were also countless vast worlds that existed around the continent. On the continent, there were flowers and trees, mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, plains, and so on. Almost everything that was on the purple-gold continent could be seen here. Similarly, there were huge demon gods living here. On the continent, there were many huge ancient cities standing tall and upright. Every ancient city exuded the vicissitudes of time and traces of war. On the city walls, there were traces of various weapons. Every ancient city could accommodate hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of demon gods. It could be seen that the flags hanging in these ancient cities were actually different. Most of the demon gods living here were also different. For example, the ancient city built by the eight-armed demon god. This ancient city was built somewhat crudely, but the number was unusually large. Within the city, there was no fighting. However, outside of the city, even members of the same clan would fight each other to the death. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12:12. It's 2012. I wish all my brothers and sisters new developments, good results, and good health in the new year. Of course, if you have tickets, please help us. When they fought, it was a life and death battle. No one held back. Murderous aura filled every inch of the void. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even if a demon god passed by, they would not care at all. Scenes of fighting could be seen almost everywhere. Countless demon gods' blood had long dyed the earth red and black. Even demon gods who had just been born would fight each other every once in a while. Such a warlike character was almost innate. Such hostility could not be washed away by any force. On the continent, Every ancient city represented a race. The 8-armed demon god race's 8-armed demon god city. The Dark Knight elf race's ancient city was called Dark Knight Forest. It was a huge city built on an ancient tree. The Star elf race used Star as their city and so on. Ancient cities of various styles were scattered all over the place. There was an inexplicable charm to them. They gathered in the form of tribes and races. Outside the ancient city, there was a large demon forest and mountain range. Inside, countless terrifying demon roars could be heard constantly. In some areas, even demon gods would not easily step into them. They had a strong deterrent force. They were all demon beasts that were more numerous than demon gods. Every single one of these demonic beasts was ferocious. When they fought, it was incomparably bloody. Every demon beast race was counted in billions, tens of billions, and hundreds of billions. The number was simply too huge. Kill, kill, kill. At the edge of some ancient cities, huge military camps were often built. In these camps, there were many powerful demon gods, whose muscles were filled with explosive power. The roars with murderous aura and the strong pressure emitted from their bodies indicated their strength. Those who could enter the military camps could be said to be the most elite of each race. Demon emperors, demon monarchs, and so on. In each military camp, even the weakest was a demon monarch. Moreover, demon emperors were the majority. In each military camp, there were no less than hundreds of millions, or even billions of them. Every fiend celestial here wore the same armor and had the same fiend celestial weapon. There were even commanders who specialized in commanding, who were constantly training the demon gods in battle formations and even discipline. It could be seen from the training that these demon gods were all well trained. They advanced and retreated orderly. They had the strong discipline that belonged to an army. When they advanced and retreated, they were like a whole. The destructive power that erupted was extremely domineering and terrifying. There were almost countless military camps like this on the demon god continent. No one knew how many there were. But when they were gathered together, it could be said to be a sea. If this scene were to be seen by the experts of the various clans on the purple gold mainland, they would probably be scared pale. In the battle of ancient times, the demon god army did not have any order when they charged. They just charged forward and fought with brute force. Although the battle was strong, it was still a scene of disunity. Therefore, even though the demon race had a considerable disparity in numbers, they still won despite being outnumbered. With their neat discipline and battle formations, they were undefeated against the demon gods. Now, the demon gods had begun to value battle formations. This was definitely not something to be happy about for the purple gold continent. It was not difficult to sense the terrifying pressure before the storm that pervaded the entire demon god continent, as well as excitement. The demon god continent was preparing for war. Clearly, they were making the final preparations for the annihilation tide that was about to arrive. At this moment, in the void of the demon god continent, 9 formless divine consciousnesses were intertwining and conversing with each other. Those divine consciousnesses could not be detected even by the most powerful experts. This time, the demon court has been promoted to an immortal artifact. Moreover, I have personally witnessed the demon emperor's battle strength. He can be said to have the ability to contend with our demon ancestor. This will be a huge hindrance to our invasion of the purple gold continent. The demon race was on the front line to stop us back then. This time, with the help of an immortal artifact, the invasion will not be optimistic. A divine consciousness belonging to the faceless demon ancestor transmitted a message. It was a few demon ancestors conversing with each other. That's right. Back in the ancient times, I had already seen that the demon emperor was definitely a variable and would be a huge hindrance to our plan. Damn it, we did not get rid of him back in the ancient times, which led to today's disaster. The current demon emperor has already matured. With the demon court, none of us may be his match. The ancestor of the sky demon said hatefully, "We must think of a way to kill the demon emperor. Otherwise, it will be a huge hindrance to our plan." The fallen demon ancestor agreed with a strange cry. "It's fine. According to the information you brought, your words have incited the demon emperor and Judgment Prime to enter a 10-year life and death battle. This might be the best opportunity. Whether the Demon Emperor or Judgment Prime wins, it will be of great help to us. Who knows, we might even be able to overturn the purple gold continent. An unfamiliar voice was heard. That voice carried the breath of Tian Ming. It was the lifeless demon ancestor of the 9 demon ancestors. There was a deep meaning in his words. If the Demon Emperor won, it would mean the fall of Judgment Prime. To the primordial godfiends, it was an unerasable hatred. Perhaps, if the primordial godfiends and demon gods were to join forces and conquer the purple gold mainland at the same time, that power would be unstoppable. If Judgment Prime won, they would be able to eliminate a great enemy in the future and wipe out the variable, the Demon Emperor. They could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone by watching from the sidelines. Heart Devourer, this time, the heart that you were forced to separate has turned into a bewitching heart. However, looking at the situation, she has already walked together with the Demon Emperor. Obviously, she has the intention to go against her fate. I'm afraid that it will be a problem in the future. The fallen demon ancestor said with a strange cry. A cold snort was heard. The Heart Devourer demon ancestor sneered, "That derivative of mine dares to go against my will and want to use this to keep me in check." However, she thinks that I have been beaten down from the position of demon ancestor. She doesn't know that I have refined an exquisite demon heart using the innate exquisite divine stone. Not only will I return to the position of demon ancestor, but I will also be stronger than before. When we meet again, I will let her know the consequences of going against me. Those words were filled with boundless anger, causing one to shudder. No matter what, we have to take out that supreme demon treasure before the arrival of the annihilation tide and the war begins. Only by obtaining that demon treasure can we ensure that nothing goes wrong. It can deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, there is a possibility that this war will be in vain. The great calamity of the primordial chaos is coming. This is something that all those who have reached the level of demon ancestor can vaguely feel. No matter what the great calamity is, we have to merge the purple gold mainland and achieve the laws to upgrade to the eternal heaven realm. The annihilation demon ancestor said without any expression. That's right. As long as the eternal heaven realm is achieved, no calamity can shake the foundation of us demon gods. The lawlessness demon ancestor agreed. 10 years later, we will go to the life and death desolation domain to watch the war. The nether demon ancestor said. The 9 divine wills were communicating rapidly in the void. In just an instant, they were almost done with their discussion. They had already understood each other's thoughts and wishes. Let's not talk about this for now. On the other hand, the High Firmament Demon Court was chasing after the Primal Chaos City at an astonishing speed. On the Supreme Life Lanterns, the distance between the two of them was quickly closing. However, it still seemed to be quite far away. In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient city had been shuttling in the primordial chaos for a full year. Roar. At this moment, in the Demon Court, in the sky above the Jade Pool, a domineering tiger roar sounded. Amidst the tiger's roar, a white tiger sacred beast that was over 10,000 feet tall, with a pair of wings on its back, and emitting the demeanor of a king, emitted a monstrous pressure. As its wings flapped, there seemed to be countless terrifying Gungjin sword chi flashing continuously. The king character on its forehead was like the king of heaven and earth. It looked down on the heavens. Rumble. In the sky above the Jade Pool, pitch-black tribulation clouds quickly gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire Jade Pool. However, one could still see the majestic aura of the white tiger in the tribulation clouds. Tiger roars reverberated through the void. Mother will definitely be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Xiao Bai and Di Ling looked at the void nervously. Don't worry. Mother has long been destined to become an ancient demon god. There's also a fate on the demon sealing roll, Chen Shi said calmly, comforting his 2 children and Di Ling beside him. Katomi, Su Tianxiang, and Mai Xin were also present, looking at the void together. It was obvious that the one who attracted the heavenly tribulation was the Empress Mother, who had always been living deep in the Jade Pool. The Empress Dowager of the Demon Court was the most respected existence. Crack. In the tribulation clouds, a purple eye slowly opened. In that eye, there was an incomparably powerful pressure. In the demon court, countless cultivators felt that it was difficult to even breathe. It was the eye of the heavenly Tao that controlled the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao opened and landed on the white tiger below. There was a faint flicker of light in the eye. With a slight blink, the surrounding tribulation clouds suddenly dispersed, turning into millions of rays of light that condensed into 8 ancient words above the jade pool. Demon Empress Mother, how can there be a tribulation? The heavenly tribulation did not fall. From the eye of the heavenly Tao, a divine light directly enveloped the Empress Mother. In the divine light, the Empress Mother's aura rapidly transformed at an astonishing speed. Faintly, it emitted traces of immortal aura. In the Empress Mother's mind, instantly appeared the image of the demon court becoming an immortal divine artifact, the indomitable 3000 Great Tao, and Di Shitian in his imperial robe, looking down on the heavens. It was the scene of that day. The demon court was now independent and was no longer bound by the purple gold continent. Transcending the tribulation in the demon court, what one saw was no longer the scene of chaos being split open, but the scene of the demon court's advancement. Rumble. In the divine light, the white tiger was constantly transforming. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger's figure quickly shrank, turning into a noble and graceful middle-aged woman. She wore a palace robe and had an indescribable nobility. Mother, you've become an ancient demon god. Di Ling immediately rushed forward happily, hugged one of her arms, and cried out happily. Congratulations, Mother, for becoming an ancient demon god. From now on, you'll be immortal and indestructible. You'll enjoy heavenly blessings forever. Di Shitian appeared out of nowhere and knelt in front of the Empress Mother, congratulating her respectfully. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 12:14. First update received. Continue with the second update. Originally, I planned to update 4 times today, but there's a gathering tonight, so I'll try my best. However, there will definitely be 3 updates. Brothers, let's throw in 2 monthly votes and fight together. Tian'er, please get up. Empress Mother looked at Sakura, who was overjoyed. She took a step forward and helped him up. Revealing a motherly radiance, she said gently, Mother's achievements today are all thanks to Tian'er. If it wasn't for Tian'er, Mother's primordial spirit would have already collapsed back then. It will turn into happiness. What I'm happiest about is not the breakthrough in my cultivation, but being able to see with my own eyes the glory you have today. Every word and action came from the bottom of her heart. With a power that tugged at one's heartstrings. Again and again, it struck Di Shitian and Di Ling'er's hearts. A thick warmth flowed from the bottom of their hearts. If not for Mother, where would this child come from? Di Shitian said emotionally. The Empress Mother held his hand and patted it lightly. Now, your sister has you to take care of her. As your mother, I'm not worried. However, there's still no news of your brother. This matter makes me very worried. As she spoke, she looked into the void. That thick trace of worry could not be concealed at all. Mother, please don't worry. Tianyu has a good master and even obtained the demon clan's life treasure, the ancient suppression demon lamp. As long as the demon clan is not destroyed, as long as the demon clan prospers, in this world, unless it's the ruler, no one can take his life. When the time is right, Tianyu will naturally return. Now that the time is not right, he has his own responsibilities. Di Shitian said slowly. Daughter-in-law congratulates mother on ascending to the ancient demon god and enjoying the blessings of the heavens forever. At this time, Chen Shi led Su Tianxiang and the rest respectfully bowed to the Empress Mother. They said their blessings. Their voices were filled with sincere wishes. Good. 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 The Empress Mother happily walked forward and helped Chen Shi, Katomi, and the others up one by one. The corners of her mouth were filled with an unconcealable smile as she said, Quickly get up, you are all my good wives. Empress Mother, it's a joyous occasion to celebrate your promotion. Why don't we hold a banquet at the fairy lake? Let's celebrate. the soliciting moon saintess suggested with a smile after congratulating them. This is the right thing to do. Pass down this emperor's imperial decree. The empress mother has been promoted, and the world is auspicious. Congratulations to the empress. Let's set up a banquet at the Jade Lake and hold a peach festival. Di Shitian gave the order without hesitation. Immediately, golden flowers floated in the sky above the demon court. Multicolored light shot out in all directions. Fairies and immortal beasts danced in the air. Auspicious signs filled the sky. When the golden flowers landed on a cultivator's body, it was greatly beneficial to their spleen. The celebration, the Feast of Peaches, was naturally very lively. Although the 100 tribes of the Purple and Gold continent weren't invited, even the important officials of the demon court and some of the prodigies of the 100 tribes who had entered the demon court were extraordinarily lively and harmonious. The Empress Mother personally appeared at the banquet. The cultivators of the various tribes in the demon court also learned of the most noble existence in the demon court. The banquet went smoothly. However, Di Shitian didn't delay his cultivation at all. Once the banquet was over, he immediately returned to the Imperial Jade Archive. With the help of the Jade Archive's power, he madly devoured the boundless chaos chi at an astonishing speed and poured it into his acupoints. Vaguely, his acupoints were already growing noticeably. This made him even more motivated. As he cultivated, his mind was also constantly deducing various cultivation methods and abilities. The Imperial Jade Scroll had been pushed to the 13th volume. It could be said to be the consummation of the Tao of Emperor and the Tao of Desire. It was a supreme cultivation method of the Sovereign Realm. Although he hadn't reached the Sovereign Realm, he had a clear understanding of the Sovereign Realm. However, at this moment, after hearing the 3 sovereigns' guesses about the acupoints, Di Shitian also secretly began to try to deduce the 14th volume of the Imperial Jade Scroll. It was the eternal divine venerable realm that surpassed the Sovereign Realm. With the acupoints as the foundation, he deduced forward. However, he encountered a considerable obstacle in his deduction. After all, he didn't know anything about the transformation of the acupoints and the ultimate mystery. He could only deduce based on his own guesses. Without any actual basis, he often couldn't continue after deducing a stage. The Demon Lord and the others once said that the acupoints were the key to ascending to the eternal divine venerable realm. However, from what they said, it's obvious that even if they obtained the tomb of the God of Sin, there's no such information in the tomb of the God of Sin. It should only be mentioned vaguely. The tomb of the God of Sin can only help a cultivator break through to the Sovereign Realm. There's obviously no information left behind after the Sovereign Realm. What kind of mystery does the acupoints contain? All sorts of questions flashed through Di Shitian's mind. Vaguely, he felt like he had grasped something, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't feel anything. This inexplicable situation left him with a deep sense of helplessness. Crazy Emperor, Yang Qi said, the strange phenomena in your apertures is something that the Devil Lord, the Sovereign of Fate, and the others have never experienced before. Since that's the case, if your apertures really do have something to do with your cultivation after the Sovereign Realm, then as long as your apertures are perfect, you should be able to reach the Sovereign Realm. At that point, given your intelligence, you should be able to reach the boundless level of the 14th volume of the Imperium world-shocking scripture. Thinking too much about it now will only hinder you. Ming pondered for a long time, but couldn't grasp the crux of the matter. She could only comfort him for now. Big brother, I'm sure the Sovereign Lord isn't your ultimate goal. Only the Supreme God of Eons, who can look down on all eternity, is your goal. Juana waved her small hands and encouraged him loudly. Haha. Don't worry, there's no one in this world who can truly block my path. Di Shitian took a deep breath and pulled his mind back from his endless calculations. Suddenly, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. After holding back for so long, I've finally decided to enter the GU. Juana, I'll have to rely on you this time. Hee. Don't worry, big brother. As long as I see him and remember his aura, he won't be able to escape even if he's in the chaos. A playful look appeared in Juana's eyes. It seemed to be very fun. On the violet gold continent. Outside the southern barbarian lands, a slender elder in a green daoist robe with a face full of withered glory said. As soon as he appeared, he charged toward an ancient tree. As soon as he touched the tree, he burrowed into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had never been there. Amidst the countless ancient trees in the surroundings, a figure was continuously borrowing the ancient trees to rapidly escape. Impossible. There's no way the Yarrow Emperor isn't chasing after me. There must be a conspiracy. This time, this true monarch is going to thoroughly investigate your intentions. Leaving the violet gold continent. You might be able to fool those human idiots, but you can't fool me. You've obtained so many of my carnate spirit treasures and unique treasures. There's no way you'll give them up so easily. True Lord Ku Rong. This daoist was none other than true Lord Ku Rong. Ever since he heard that Di Shitian had left the violet gold continent with the demon court, he had never believed it. He was very clear just how precious those treasures that Sakura had taken away from him were. Especially that ancient map. As long as he thought about it, it would make his heart feel like it was being scraped by a knife. It hurt so much that it reached the bottom of his heart. The landscape map, that was the landscape map. The legendary supreme treasure, it was Mother Gaia's supreme treasure. Why? Why did you take it away from me? I hate it. I hate it. Every time he thought about those supreme treasures, Ku Rong couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. Therefore, he put himself in the Yarrow Emperor's shoes and firmly believed that the Yarrow Emperor would never give up those supreme treasures and leave. He must be secretly plotting something. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sit still. With the immortal body as a guarantee for his life, he left his hiding place without hesitation and entered the violet gold continent. During this period of time, he had used the ancient mirror to explore almost every area. He had almost searched through all the heavens and realms, but he still couldn't find any clues. Even the Yarrow Emperor's Yarrow Emperor didn't show up when the human clan issued the Yarrow Emperor's Yarrow Emperor. Only the Yarrow clan in the heaven-tilting battlefield had turned around and fought against the human clan's Yarrow Emperor's Yarrow Emperor. Southern Barbarian. Yarrow Emperor, you must be hiding in Southern Barbarian. There's the tomb of the god of sin in Southern Barbarian that can block my prying. However, this time, even if I have to give up this body, I must find out where you are. Yarrow Emperor, you'll never find my real body. True Lord Ku Rong swore in his heart. Southern Barbarian was already a holy land of the Yarrow clan. This was the place where the Yarrow Emperor rose to power. A large number of Yarrow clan members gathered here. However, the cultivation of these Yarrow clan members wasn't too high, so they didn't notice true Lord Ku Rong sneak in. Shuttling through the ancient trees was a brilliant escape technique. Ever since the tombstone of the tomb of the god of sin showed its power and froze the Southern Barbarian, it had turned into a frozen land that hadn't melted for thousands of years. There was cold air everywhere. However, it couldn't stop Ku Rong's footsteps. Every now and then, he would appear outside the myriad demon valley with ease. In the valley, countless Yarrow clan members were swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon or practicing battle formations. Waves of killing sounds were heard. It was intimidating. Humph. It's just a group of small demons. If it weren't for the Yarrow Emperor, how could the Yarrow clan have become so powerful? True Lord Ku Rong muttered indignantly. His figure flashed and rushed into the valley again. All the restrictions in front of him seemed to be in vain. He directly appeared in the forbidden area where the tomb of the god of sin was located. A huge tombstone was directly placed in the forbidden area. It soared into the sky and suppressed the surroundings, emitting an endless deterrent force. When true Lord Ku Rong saw it, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Oh, the tomb of the god of sin, why doesn't any of them belong to me? If I can get one, with my ability, even if I return to the place where I was born, I can still dominate the world and become an overlord. I don't have to struggle on like I am now. True Lord Ku Rong was almost crazy with jealousy. However, when he looked under the tombstone, he was so scared that his scalp went numb and his hair stood on end. Under the tombstone, a pair of eyes were on his face, smiling at him inexplicably. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12:15. Second update. Brothers, those who still have a guaranteed monthly ticket, please help me. I'm in urgent need of monthly tickets. Demon Emperor. Perfected Lord Ku Rong's hair stood on end. His eyes were wide open as he spat out a word in shock. His voice was filled with endless shock and a strange sense of relief. You really didn't leave the purple gold mainland. You really were waiting for me here. Demon Emperor, I'm going to announce to all the worlds that you're still on the mainland. You want to deceive millions of people, but I won't let you succeed. He was almost gnashing his teeth as he roared at the figure under the tombstone. I didn't deceive the world. I only deceived you. The figure sitting under the tombstone was dressed in a pitch-black emperor's robe and exuded an emperor's aura. He looked exactly like Sakura, and even his majestic aura was exactly the same. When he saw perfected Lord Ku Rong's appearance, a meaningful smile appeared in his eyes as he uttered slowly, "Deceive me? What do you mean?" Perfected Lord Ku Rong quickly calmed down after his shock. He had something to rely on. He had an immortal body. Even if this body fell, he could still continue to live. He was not afraid of death at all. After the initial shock, he began to face Di Shitian formally. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he began to ask questions. The one here is only a clone of mine. My real body had already brought the demon court and most of the demon clans out of the purple gold mainland, left the origin world, and entered the chaos. How can you talk about deceiving the myriad of worlds? Sakura calmly spat out a sentence. There was a hint of inexplicable charm in his voice. You're just a clone here. Did you stay here specifically to wait for me? Perfected Lord Ku Rong's eyes shone with a strange light. He could not help but feel waves of shock in his heart. He did not expect the Demon Emperor to have calculated this and specifically waited for his arrival. It was as if he knew he would come. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Since I made the bet all those years ago, I haven't done anything. I haven't investigated you in the slightest, and I haven't even searched for your true body. That's because I already knew that if I were to search for you, you would definitely hide in your hiding place, and you wouldn't show any trace of yourself until the day the bet ended, waiting for the final result. If that's the case, I have an 80% chance of losing. Di Shitian smiled faintly and said slowly, therefore, this emperor will do the opposite. You want to see me search, but I won't do it. I will deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. With your personality, you are cautious and paranoid. If I move, you will feel at ease. If I don't move, you will become paranoid. On the contrary, he would be unable to stay still and reveal his flaws. I've left a clone here, so I can naturally wait for you to come. In a word, it was the supreme essence of dealing with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Even though it seemed simple, it contained great wisdom. Perfected Lord Ku Rong eventually walked out of his hiding place and appeared in front of Di Shitian on his own because he did not believe it and was paranoid. It was a stroke of genius. Monster Emperor, I didn't expect you to be so scheming. Perfected Lord Ku Rong's initially withered face was so angry that it changed colors continuously. Green leaves grew on his face and withered instantly as he snorted coldly while gritting his teeth. If I didn't come up with such a scheme to deal with a coward like you, how could I lure you out and reveal yourself? Di Shitian said indifferently without a care. Me. Don't be smug. The bet back then was to find my true body. I'm not afraid to tell you that the one in front of you is still not my true body. You didn't win and I didn't lose either. Don't even think about capturing me. I can abandon this body at any time. Monster Emperor, you can't win against me. Perfected Lord Ku Rong sneered repeatedly. Indeed, he was confident that his true body would definitely not be found. So what if he abandoned this body? It wouldn't be long before he could condense another one. Ku Rong, you've already lost from the moment you saw me. Di Shitian smiled meaningfully. Monster Emperor, you can't win against me. Explode. Perfected Lord Ku Rong's expression changed and he let out a ferocious roar with a sinister smile. In his anger, his entire body suddenly burst forth with a strong power of Ku Rong. There was a loud explosion. His entire body exploded on the spot and broke into pieces. A mighty force that was filled with a deathly stillness swept towards Di Shitian. Rumble. However, this destructive force couldn't reach Di Shitian at all. The tombstone shook slightly, and all the power was shattered on the spot, dispersing in an instant. After Ku Rong self-destructed, there was indeed almost no aura left in the air. All of his aura was completely annihilated in the self-destruction. No matter how powerful a divine ability was, there was no way to track his true body based on his aura. Ku Rong, from the moment you met me, you were already destined to lose. Di Shitian did not care about the aura that dissipated in the void at all. Instead, there was a strange expression on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, the clone disappeared inexplicably, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Hehe, this is so interesting. Huana giggled in the demon court. Her small eyes narrowed into a line as she giggled with interest. Lunatic Emperor, I wonder when this nether prison will become lively again. The nether prison is empty now that their souls have been swept away by the acupoints. Dark looked at the almost empty nether prison. Only the divine souls of the Peerless Realm experts were left, and under interrogation, they spilled out a lot of secrets. All kinds of cultivation techniques had long been integrated into the Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive. With a sigh, Ming lay on the wheel of samsara and silently began to cultivate. The demon court continued to shuttle through the chaos at an extremely fast speed. Almost no primordial godfiend could match its speed. It was getting closer and closer to the Chaos City. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Crack. At this moment, while the demon court was shuttling through the Chaos City, a cold axe light came from the distance. The speed was unimaginably fast. Even the experts of the demon court who were paying close attention to the situation outside did not have time to react. The axe light landed solidly on the southern heavenly gate. Rumble. An axe mark appeared on the southern heaven gate. The entire demon court seemed to have suffered a terrible blow. The ancient city trembled violently as an immortal aura spread. On the spot, the Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive spun wildly, exerting endless power on the ancient city. With a loud bang, the sharp axe light was smashed into pieces and dissipated. What's going on? Patriarch Myriad Tribulation woke up from the saint bloodline he cultivated and appeared in the sky above the southern heaven gate in a flash. He scanned the area in front of him. When he saw the rapidly dissipating axe mark on the southern heaven gate, his expression changed slightly. What is it that can stop the demon court's shuttling and collision? Lightning Ancestor also appeared in the void and scanned the outside. I'm afraid we've entered a dangerous place in the Chaos City, Ghost King said solemnly. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the city, figures rushed into the sky one after another. Tian Can, Huang Quan, Shueshe, Kong Wu, Peacock, and so on. Those who had reached the ancient demon god realm all appeared. They gathered on the southern heaven gate. They brought with them a majestic aura. Rumble. At the same time, the Lingxiao throne appeared out of thin air. Di Shitian sat on it. Around him, Chen Shi, Mai Xin, and the others appeared. They all looked at the scene outside the demon court with solemn expressions. Crack. A strange situation appeared in the Chaos City. Every wisp of Chaos City's chaos chi revealed a terrifying aura of death and chaotic will. Inexplicably, in the depths of the Chaos City, a terrifying sword light appeared out of thin air. It tore through the Chaos City, cutting it open and dispersing it in an instant. A saber light flashed and collided with the spear light, stirring up the divine radiance of death. Beams of auroras tore through the air and bombarded the demon court, causing the ancient city, which had been promoted to an immortal artifact, to tremble. Divine light shot out in all directions. Vaguely, a terrifying vortex appeared out of thin air. The vortex was filled with an endless aura of death. There was a deep and endless terrifying black hole. There was a terrifying fist that came from nowhere. The finger that could connect the heavens and the earth directly pierced through the sky. A bolt of lightning shattered the Chaos City. A bolt of fire burned everything. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared out of thin air in the surrounding Chaos City almost instantly. Every strange phenomenon that appeared carried a powerful destructive power that could destroy heaven and earth. Shattering the vacuum was just a matter of a hand. If a peerless expert was alone in this environment, they would not be able to hold on for long and would be annihilated. They would be turned into dust and completely dissipated. What a terrifying place. Could this be a chaos-forbidden zone? Huang Quan sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire mind was cold. He only had a strong sense of death for the scene in front of him. Your Majesty, if I'm not wrong, this should be the most mysterious and most terrifying 9 forbidden zones in the Chaos world, the Dead Chaotic Sea. Even the primordial supremes did not dare to set foot in this forbidden zone. It is rumored that this is not formed by the Chaos City at all, but a mysterious place that fell into the Chaos City inexplicably, turning into a terrifying forbidden zone. The 5 elements' old ancestor's eyes widened almost instantly. He scanned the scene around him. He suppressed his shock and reported to Di Shitian. Husband, the Dead Chaotic Sea is indeed one of the 9 forbidden zones, and it is indeed the first of the 9 forbidden zones in the legends. Back then, I did not dare to set foot in it easily. Moreover, this forbidden zone is extremely mysterious and unpredictable. It is extremely difficult to find. If you deliberately look for it, it may not be easy to find it. Mai Xin said with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, the Supreme Life Lamp shows that the Chaos City we are going to seems to be in this Dead Chaotic Sea. Looking at the distance, it should not be wrong. Tian Can suddenly pointed at the Supreme Life Lamp and said in shock. Looking at the Supreme Life Lamp, there were 2 coordinates that were very close to each other. It seemed that the distance was not far. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12:16. Third update. I played a bit late with my friends. Brothers, I'm sure there's still someone who can help me. Primal Chaos City is in this dead chaotic ocean. When the experts heard this, they all looked at the Supreme Life Lantern. Indeed, there were several coordinates on the lantern. Among them, the one representing the Demon Court was a purple gold light, while the one representing Primal Chaos City was a primal chaos light. At this moment, the 2 coordinates were unusually close to each other. It was as if they were in the same area. Moreover, the constantly moving Primal Chaos City was currently motionless on the Life Lantern. This discovery immediately shocked all the experts. This meant that before, it wasn't Primal Chaos City that was constantly moving, but the entire Dead Chaotic Ocean. And now, the Demon Court was also in the Dead Chaotic Ocean, so the distance shown on the Life Lantern was motionless. At the same time, this discovery allowed all the experts to understand one thing, and that was that Primal Chaos City really did exist in this Dead Chaotic Ocean. However, this discovery made all the Demon Court officials fall silent. According to legend, in the past, when the Sovereign of Fate, the Sovereign of Space, and the Devil Lord joined forces to enter the Dead Sea of Chaos, they said that the Dead Sea of Chaos was a dangerous place, even more dangerous than the 9 forbidden zones of the Violet Gold Continent. It's not an area born from primal chaos. Even if a ruler enters, there will be terrifying dangers. Myriad Calamity Ancestor was silent for a while, then finally spat out a sentence. No wonder even the Primal Chaos City Supremes didn't seem to have any intention of interfering, so it's in such a terrifying forbidden land. In this subject's opinion, this place seems to have evolved from an ancient battlefield. Xingyu looked at the chaotic scene around him. Axe lights, sword lights, saber lights, spear shadows, all of them were constantly shuttling back and forth. Each strike contained a terrifying destructive power, as if it wanted to destroy everything and even destroy the stars. Shattered vacuum. Even a peerless expert would shatter under such a chaotic attack. If one looked at it from another angle, it seemed like the remnants of a terrifying battlefield. No matter what it is, since we're here, and Primal Chaos City is inside, there's no reason to retreat. With the Demon Court's high-grade immortal rank and the integration of many divine items, I believe that the attacks in the Dead Chaotic Sea will not be able to stop us. Di Shitian ordered decisively, Prepare all lightning-gathering towers and purple firmament god-slaying cannons. Immediately intercept any attacks that come at the demon court and destroy everything. Yes, Your Majesty. Boom. Boom. After the demon court gave the order, they didn't hesitate in the slightest and continued to fly forward. With the primal chaos city inside, Di Shitian naturally did not have the resolve to retreat. Without seeing the primal chaos city with his own eyes, how could he be willing to give up halfway? It was not his character to give up halfway. He wanted to see just how terrifying this forbidden zone, which even sovereigns feared, was. What kind of secrets did the legendary primal chaos city hold? Could it be that both the sovereign and the primeval autarch have seen the primal chaos city? A thought suddenly flashed through Di Shitian's mind. Bang! 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 At this moment, as soon as the soaring sky demon court moved, it immediately attracted countless chaotic attacks from all directions. Beams of sword light instantly slashed over. Immediately, the god-slaying purple heaven cannons in the soaring sky demon court spat out dazzling cannon light. They madly bombarded the sword light. The destructive power contained in each cannon light was comparable to that of a sovereign. However, when it came into contact with the sword light, it would take a total of 3 of them to defeat a single sword light and cause it to dissipate on the spot. From this, it could be seen that every single attack that appeared in the dead chaotic sea was extraordinarily overbearing and terrifying. It seemed to be a terrifying attack that crossed through time and space from ancient times. Husband, the deeper we go into the dead chaotic sea, the stronger the attacks we encounter. Right now, we should only be at the edge of the dead chaotic sea. The further we go, the more dangerous it is. Moreover, time and space here are chaotic and distorted. If we want to go in, we have to be careful. Back then, the 9 archfiend ancestors suspected that this might be a passage to the eternal celestial world. Because this dead chaotic sea doesn't seem to be a forbidden zone born from the primal chaos. Instead, it has the aura of an ancient battlefield. It's very difficult for a battlefield to reach such a state in the primal chaos. Only the higher eternal celestial world is possible. Mai Xin took a deep breath and said. She didn't hold anything back from Di Shitian and told him everything she knew. No matter what it is, since we're here, this emperor will naturally investigate the secrets of the dead chaotic sea. Since the primal chaos city is inside, we have no choice but to go in. I can feel that there's an inconceivable secret in the primal chaos city. Di Shitian said in a low voice. They had no choice but to go in. There was no way back. Regarding this decision, whether it was the myriad tribulation ancestor, Huang Quan, Xue Shi, or the other demon ministers, none of them had the slightest intention of objecting. They only made a few suggestions. The real decision was still up to Di Shitian. The myriad tribulation ancestor and the others wanted to see the true face of this legendary dead chaotic sea. Now that they had the demon court's protection, they could enter this area that only sovereigns could enter. For them, this was a rare experience. It would greatly benefit their cultivation in the future. Sky Worm, Huang Quan, and the others were important ministers of the demon court. Naturally, they wouldn't easily deny Di Shitian's decision. For a moment, no one said anything. They all carefully observed the dead chaotic sea outside the ancient city. Bang! 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 Beams of cannon light accurately blocked the attacks aimed at the demon court, causing them to scatter. This allowed the ancient city to maintain a relatively fast speed in the dead chaotic sea of death. Not good. Be careful. It's a chaotic vortex. Once you're sucked into this vortex, you'll be crushed and torn apart by the twisting void inside. All sorts of chaotic attacks will continuously bombard the demon court. Mai Xin suddenly shouted, reminding him of something. Boom! 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 A huge vortex appeared in front of the demon court without any warning. This vortex was the color of chaos, and it constantly rotated. Inside, one could faintly see countless spaces shattering and being annihilated. There were also chaotic attacks wantonly erupting with powerful destructive power. The vortex was like a terrifyingly large mouth. It emitted a powerful suction force. It appeared abruptly, and the demon court couldn't dodge it even if they wanted to. They were immediately sucked into the vortex. Swordlight, saberlight, battle spear, iron halberd, and so on. All sorts of attacks crazily bombarded the demon court. The surrounding void constantly distorted and shattered. The power of spacetime destruction seemed to want to directly tear the ancient city apart. Purple firmament god-slaying cannon, shatter attacks, blast open the vortex. Imperial Jade Archive, devour all chaotic power. Condense 3000 great Tao. As soon as the demon court entered the vortex, looking from inside the city, it was as if the entire sky had collapsed. It was pitch black, heaven and earth were overturned, and the ancient city was shaking violently. However, Di Shitian didn't panic. He sat upright on the throne and calmly issued orders. Bang! 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 The purple firmament god-slaying cannon exploded with dense cannon light and let out the most domineering roar. It crazily bombarded the attacks that covered the sky and earth. The Imperial Jade Archive spun violently at an astonishing speed. The 4 cardinal heavenly gates shook violently, and a powerful force that suppressed all directions instantly spewed out. Rumble. All sorts of attacks collapsed under the pressure of the 4 cardinal heavenly gates. The entire vortex paused for a moment, and then it immediately collapsed due to inertia. A powerful suction force emitted from the ancient city. After the entire vortex collapsed, it swept the power into the Jade Archive and poured it into the 3000 pillars of the Great Path. It caused the pillars of the Great Path to rapidly advance from illusory to corporeal. On the pillars of heaven, mystical Tao patterns were outlined. It made the pillars of heaven appear even more ancient. It emitted endless nomological pressure. Boom. From the outside world's point of view, it was just the demon court being swallowed by a vortex. Then, it directly shattered the vortex, broke free, and directly swallowed the vortex. However, they didn't know the danger. Once the vortex collapsed, everything that existed inside would be directly annihilated. Turned into powder. Even if it couldn't destroy the demon court, it would suffer considerable damage. It is indeed terrifying. Myriad Calamity Ancestor took a deep breath, and his eyes were abnormally deep. He said, "If this ancestor personally went into that vortex, I'm afraid that I would be in danger. Fortunately, there is the demon court. No wonder this place is said to be the most terrifying chaotic forbidden zone." When the vortex was about to collapse, that sense of crisis almost made his hair stand on end. That scene was too terrifying, too shocking. Continue forward. Di Shitian's expression was calm. Outsiders couldn't see the slightest bit of shock on his face. As if everything was under his control, the minds of the experts around him also calmed down. The ancient city continued to move forward steadily. In the city, the rumbling of the purple firmament god-slaying cannon did not stop. It crazily bombarded all kinds of attacks that were getting denser and denser. Clearing the path. Your Majesty, we are approaching Primal Chaos City. Sky Silkworm, who was paying close attention to the coordinates on the Supreme Life Lamp, reported again. Kill. 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 At this moment, in the chaos ahead, a mysterious aurora flickered, condensing into a golden humanoid war god. He held a battle spear in his hand. His body was 1,000,000 feet long, and it contained endless power. Letting out a killing sound, he broke through the air towards the demon court. Like a war god conquering heaven and earth. The spear smashed towards the southern heaven gate. That arrogant aura seemed to be in an intense battle with a supreme ruler. With a might that was not inferior to an ancient supreme, it smashed towards the demon court. Husband, this is the Chaos War God. No one knows how they were formed. It is as if they are war souls that crossed over from ancient times. Their combat strength is extremely terrifying. They were born for battle. Charming Heart reminded again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12:17. Those who have tickets, please give me 2. Monthly tickets are in short supply. Boom. 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 The Chaos God of War was born out of nothingness. He held a golden spear and looked like a god in charge of war. He aimed his spear at the demon court and thrust it toward the southern heavenly gate. Woo! 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 As the Chaos War god swung his spear, countless divine soldiers and generals suddenly appeared around him, shining with golden light. The horn of a bull rang out, and the sound of a war drum made from the skin of a divine beast beat out the command of the general that made all the warriors' blood boil. With a wave of his battle spear, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals converged into a torrent of war and swept over. The rumbling sound of the horses' hooves in the void was enough to shake the whole world. It was like stepping on a wave at the tip of one's heart. Attack! Sakra witnessed the scene that shook the heavens as he calmly spat out a single word. Bang! 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 After the demon court became an immortal divine artifact, the number of purple heaven god-slaying cannons in the city had increased to 1 million. Every one of them would immediately merge with the lightning-gathering tower and become the purple heaven god-slaying tower. At this moment, just as Di Shitian's voice fell, a voice rang out. 3 million purple heaven god-slaying cannons exploded with monstrous lightning flames. The purple gold cannons were filled with killing intent that could destroy everything. The cannons formed a terrifying cannon's net that covered the sky and the earth and blasted toward the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in the sky. Wherever the cannons went, a large number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were shattered and annihilated in an instant. But at the same time, the cannons' continued to shatter under the attacks. Once the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals fell, they revived in the sound of war drums. It was endless. The fierce battle caused the surrounding chaotic void to shatter and distort. The purple heaven god-slaying cannons were extremely domineering. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly soldiers in the sky were killed. Then, they blasted toward the chaos god of war. But the cannons appeared in front of the chaos god of war. On the chaos god of war's body, a mysterious golden armor with ancient patterns appeared. He managed to block all of the attacks. He waved his battle spear and continued to attack the southern heavenly gate. Crazy Emperor, this Chaos War god doesn't seem to have a physical body, but his battle strength is really terrifying. Why don't you use your heavenly punishment divine eyes to suppress him in the nether prison and refine him into a terracotta soldier? He will become a powerful general guarding the demon court. Dark could faintly smell the aura of a battle soul from this Chaos War god. His eyes lit up with excitement as he egged him on. Good. This Chaos War god already had the strength of a sovereign. If he could suppress it, that's the best thing for the demon court. Di Shitian also had the same thought. Such a chaotic war god was quite tempting to him. Heavenly punishment, divine eye, soul assimilation. A crack quickly opened between Di Shitian's eyebrows, and the purple gold divine eye that was filled with supreme majesty opened once again. In the divine eye, purple gold divine light constantly flickered. Every time it flickered, it brought with it endless pressure. The Emperor's aura on his body increased exponentially. Whoosh! A purple gold soul-absorbing divine light instantly shot out, brushing straight toward the Chaos War god at an astonishing speed. The divine light was filled with a restraining, attractive, and devouring power to the divine soul. Even if it brushed against a living creature, it could instantly extract its divine soul from its body. It was unusually domineering. The soul-absorbing divine light brushed past the Chaos War god. It's His Majesty's heavenly punishment divine eye. These Chaos War gods are divine souls, so they definitely can't escape the soul-absorbing power of the divine eye. Maybe it can make our demon court have another powerhouse. When Huang Quan saw it, he couldn't help but say in joy. Such an enemy is too terrifying. This dead chaotic sea really has the terrifying ability to bury peerless powerhouses here. It seems that my strength is still too weak. Shueisha thought to himself. All the cultivators had great confidence in Di Shitian's soul-absorbing divine light. However, a strange situation appeared in the eyes of all the cultivators and peerless powerhouses. After the soul-absorbing divine light brushed past the Chaos War god, the space around the Chaos War god only distorted, and the Chaos War god wasn't affected at all. He was still majestic as he let out a series of angry roars. He waved the battle spear in his hand again, launching another attack toward the southern heaven gate. Soul-absorbing divine light, it didn't have the slightest effect on the Chaos War God. This scene deeply shocked all the powerhouses, all the cultivators, and even Ancestor WNG couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, feeling inexplicably shocked and astonished. What? The soul-absorbing divine light is actually useless against the Chaos War God? Tian Can's face was full of astonishment as he exclaimed. Huh! Even Di Shitian couldn't help but feel surprised at this moment. However, his mouth didn't stop, and he spat out the words of an emperor with a supreme majesty. There is righteousness in the world, and it is called righteousness. With a righteous heart, there is boundless power. Overwhelming righteousness sword, kill. As soon as his voice fell, the supreme power of the sovereign emperor's speech immediately spread across the vast Dead Sea of chaos. Countless milky white righteous chi rapidly gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a snow-white righteous chi sword in the void, without the slightest trace of flaw. As soon as this sword was formed, the sound of countless Confucian scholars reading could be seen on it. Crack. It contained Di Shitian's greatest achievement since he was born. The supreme power of the emperor's speech all gathered on the sword, and the overwhelming righteousness sword slashed down toward the Chaos War God from a righteous angle. It clashed with the battle spear, and the golden battle spear was instantly cut in half by the sword. It landed on the mysterious armor. Bang! Immediately afterward, the entire demon court directly crashed into the war god from afar with an incomparably tyrannical aura. The destructive power of the entire immortal-grade divine weapon instantly erupted. One could see with their own eyes that the war god was smashed into pieces. The entire body directly collapsed. It turned into a ray of golden light and dissipated into thin air. Your Majesty, look, there's a painting scroll. Xie Sanyang's eyes were sharp, and she instantly saw a scroll mysteriously appear where the war god was annihilated. This scroll flickered with golden light, and the figures of countless heavenly soldiers and generals flickered within it, filling the air with a strong aura of war. A five-colored divine light appeared behind Kong Wu, who had always regarded himself as a guard, and swept toward the scroll. The scroll appeared in his hand, and he respectfully held it in his hand as he presented it to Di Shitian. Di Shitian received the scroll and casually opened it. Immediately, a few mysterious ancient words were imprinted in his eyes: War God's treasure mirror. In these 4 words, it was as if he could see billions of heavenly soldiers and generals crazily fighting and slaughtering. It was an arrogant divine might that swept away all obstacles. An endless will of war flowed within it, as if countless souls of war were roaring unyieldingly. It could directly crush one's mind and turn one into a slave of war. This scroll was actually a shocking cultivation technique. It was a supreme cultivation technique that could be cultivated all the way to the sovereign level. Once cultivated to the extreme, one could grasp the great Tao of war and control all matters of war between heaven and earth. Most importantly, there were cultivation techniques for heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in it. It was obviously a branch of the main cultivation technique of War God's treasure mirror. They were called Heavenly Soldier Battle Art and Heavenly General Battle Art. The 2 cultivation techniques could be said to be miraculous, and they complemented each other. Among them, the Heavenly Soldier Battle Art could be cultivated to the ancient Heavenly Demon realm. The Heavenly General Battle Art, on the other hand, could be cultivated to the ancient Heavenly Demon realm. The levels were clear. It was a cultivation technique that was completely within the cultivation system. In the scroll, there were also various battle formations recorded and formed. The overview of the art of war was recorded in great detail. This was a divine scripture of war. What an amazing war god's treasure mirror. It's so miraculous and complete, and it only appeared after that chaotic war god was killed just now. This dead chaotic sea is indeed full of endless mysteries. Even my soul-absorbing divine light has no effect on these war gods, who seem to be in the state of war souls. Sakura took a deep breath and closed the scroll again. The things inside could be said to be the most miraculous treasure. It was a supreme technique that could allow one to cultivate to the dominator rank. In the purple gold continent, it could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If news of this spread, who knew how many experts would break their heads and die for it? For the demon court, the value of this war god's treasure mirror was even more immeasurable. This was the most systematic cultivation technique that the demon court's warriors cultivated. The battle techniques inside all existed for war. Moreover, the most important thing was that the cultivation techniques in this treasure mirror, such as the heavenly soldier battle art and the heavenly general battle art, could be upgraded and transformed mutually. With one cultivation technique as the main cultivation technique, one could also cultivate another cultivation technique as an auxiliary one. It would not cause any conflict. TSK, lunatic DI, with this cultivation technique, all the demon army in the demon court can cultivate to a considerable level in the shortest time. Most importantly, this cultivation technique can be cultivated quickly. The true power of the original cultivation technique can be transformed into the true power of the heavenly soldier battle art, and the true power of the heavenly general battle art can reach perfection without any loss. Unified cultivation. It will have a huge impact on the army, and their battle power will be even stronger. This cultivation technique must not be leaked. Dark's eyes lit up as he shouted. With this cultivation technique, it was enough to completely construct the entire military system in the demon court. The ultimate Emperor Jade Archive, War God's Treasure Mirror, has been integrated into the Great Tao of War. After the seal, those who are not part of the demon court's military are not allowed to inherit the cultivation technique. After the inheritance, set a restriction, and no one is allowed to reveal the cultivation technique in any way. When it comes to the cultivation technique, no information can be transmitted. Any soul-searching method will instantly erase all memories related to the cultivation technique. Di Shitian directly sent the war god's treasure mirror into the Imperial Jade Archive. In the blink of an eye, he saw that the heavenly pillar of the Great Tao of War in the Jade Archive seemed to have received unimaginable nourishment. It directly solidified. Countless mysterious Tao runes were outlined on it, and countless scenes of war were engraved on it. The heavenly pillar had reached perfection and was comparable to the 3,000 great Taos of the purple gold continent. This dead chaotic sea is indeed very strange. No wonder the sovereigns and supremes came here. However, I would like to see what kind of shocking mysteries exist here. Di Shitian muttered to himself with great interest. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12:18. Those with tickets, please raise. An attack that came out of nowhere, a chaotic soul that appeared without warning, and even the soul assimilating divine light could not suppress it. After it was annihilated by the demon court on the spot, it inexplicably condensed into a peerless technique. It could be said to be a priceless treasure, more precious than any innate divine item. This situation made Di Shitian even more curious about the Dead Sea of Chaos. Rumble. The demon court continued to move forward without hesitation. They steadily approached the primal chaos city. The coordinates of the primal chaos city were indeed stationary. Whoosh. After moving forward for a while, he saw another strange light flashing in front of him. It seemed to contain an inexplicable chaotic aura, causing space and time to become disordered. Then, the light directly turned into a cold woman in a snow-white dress, coldly looking at the demon court. She flicked her slender fingers at the demon court. An ice treasure wheel suddenly appeared and blasted towards the demon court at an astonishing speed. As it spun, the chaos around it was immediately sealed in ice wherever it went. This was an ice seal that did not give any vitality to life. Bang bang bang. There was no need for Di Shitian to give the order. The moment the terrifying treasure wheel appeared, the purple firmament god-slaying cannons completely exploded. The purple gold cannons instantly bombarded the treasure wheel, but a part of the treasure wheel was immediately frozen. It was in an intense stalemate with the purple firmament god-slaying cannons. However, under the dense barrage of cannons, the ice treasure wheel did not last long and was blasted to pieces in the blink of an eye. Even more dense cannons bombarded the woman's body. Rumble. The purple firmament god-slaying cannons completely exploded, and the Imperial Jade Archive poured in a large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi without caring about the cost. Every cannon light was comparable to a ruler's. Hundreds of millions of cannons bombarded, directly annihilating the nearby chaos. The woman was blasted to pieces. However, during this process, it could be seen that even if a huge hole was blasted in the woman's body, it could be instantly healed. It was as if nothing had happened. It was exceptionally terrifying. If not for the hundreds of millions of cannons hitting her body at the same time, it was likely that she would not have been killed. Even a shattered head could instantly grow back. Your Majesty, there's another scroll. Kong Wu's eyes flashed as he used the rainbow divine light to retrieve the scroll and handed it to Di Shitian. Moondance Heavenly Grace, EN, another scroll of martial arts. Could it be that once these chaotic battle spirits were killed, their knowledge would be turned into scrolls of martial arts under the mysterious rules? This was rather miraculous. However, this chaotic war soul is much weaker than the war god just now. Di Shitian muttered to himself as he looked at the scroll in his hand. It contained a cultivation technique that leaned toward the ice attribute. However, this cultivation technique was far inferior to the battle god's treasure insight he had obtained before. It could only allow one to cultivate to the half-step sovereign level. Moreover, it required a special physique to cultivate. It required a physique called the Ice Soul Divine Physique to cultivate. Otherwise, the cold air produced could freeze a cultivator to death. After thinking about it, he directly sent it into the Imperial Jade Archive. It was devoured by the Jade Archive again. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly ice pillar solidified and entered the complete realm. Husband, did you notice that when these battle spirits appeared, they were accompanied by a sense of space-time distortion? Mai Xin looked at the silent void around her with a contemplative look in her eyes. Her jade-like finger gently tapped her forehead as she suddenly said, "That's right, Shifter Emperor. I also noticed this situation. This dead chaotic sea is indeed strange. When the battle spirits appear, they don't seem to be real battle spirits. They are like projections," Ghost King said with a solemn expression. When it came to souls, he could be said to be the one who had the most right to speak. He himself was an unparalleled expert among the ghost cultivators, so he had an extraordinary understanding of the differences between souls. He had an inexplicable feeling about the battle spirits that appeared one after another. It was as if these battle spirits were not the soul spirits that he knew. Moreover, when these battle spirits died, they would leave behind scrolls. This inexplicable rule made him extremely puzzled and curious. Husband, when the battle spirits appeared, I also felt that there was a strange power of space-time distortion in the void at that time, causing an inexplicable disorder. I'm afraid that there is an incredible secret behind the formation of these battle spirits. Chen Shi cultivated the instant Tao and had the divine power of time. This feeling was clearer and more vivid than anyone else's. Could it be that these battle spirits are not real battle spirits, but real projections that came from the ancient space-time across time and space? They have crossed the boundary of space-time to exist in this dead chaotic sea. Di Shitian's mind was madly deducing based on the information that he had obtained. This was not impossible. For example, the Master of Fate could directly find the fate of any cultivator in the River of Fate. In the River of Fate, he could reverse space-time and directly kill the cultivator's past, and future. He could directly kill the cultivator. This method could be said to be the supreme power of the Master of Fate. However, even if it was just a projection, in the chaotic world, who could have such a terrifying projection? It was so terrifying. They dared to go against the demon court. Bewitching Heart once said that the formation of the dead chaotic sea was full of mysteries. It wasn't that the primordial chaos was born on its own. Instead, it was that the primordial chaos had suddenly entered the primordial chaos from the outside. Everything here was extremely bizarre. Could it be that these projections all came from the eternal celestial world that existed above the primordial chaos? These sword lights and battle shadows evolved from a certain battlefield in the eternal celestial realm. Is it an attack that crosses the boundary of space-time? Di Shitian took a deep breath and continued to ponder. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find such precious cultivation techniques in the chaos. The war god's treasure mirror is a supreme treasure that even a master of fate would be tempted by. It seems that I have to find Master Ku Rong. Thoughts quickly spun in his mind. Your Majesty. I seem to have a slight impression of those two figures. At this moment, Shen Gongbao's eyebrows were tinged with hesitation and doubt, as if there was something that even he was surprised and puzzled about. He, who was usually calm and collected, also frowned deeply. You've seen them? Di Shitian could not help but tremble slightly when he heard this. He glanced at Shen Gongbao and asked in a deep voice. Not only that, Ancestor Wn Jie, Tian Kan, Tian Yunzi, and the other experts all looked at Shen Gongbao. Although there was a trace of fear in their eyes when they looked at Shen Gongbao, they could not help but feel curious. I don't know what's going on. When I saw them just now, some strange images and information suddenly appeared in my mind. It was as if I've seen them before and know them. However, I remember that I've never seen them with my own eyes. These memories seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Shen Gongbao frowned slightly and said, It seems to be a memory of my previous life. He was sure that since he was born in the ancient times, there had never been such an inexplicable memory in his memory. It had appeared out of nowhere. There was no sign, and he could not explain why, but he knew the identity of those two figures. Oh. Di Shitian did not rush him. He just looked at him calmly. If the memory that suddenly appeared in my mind is correct, the war god that appeared before should be called the Sky Halberd War God. His combat strength was at the peak of the sovereign realm. He was an overlord in the north of the ancient heaven realm. He advocated war. Wherever there was war, he would be there. Even if there was a war among mortals, he would transform into a mortal to fight. He competed in the art of war. He was a war maniac. Countless lives worshipped him as the war god. When there was a war, there was a need to worship him. His status was extremely honorable. Shen Gongbao took a deep breath and slowly uttered these words. As he spoke, almost all the experts pricked up their ears and listened carefully. They were afraid to miss a single word. When they heard the words ancient heaven realm, their bodies trembled violently. The shock in their eyes did not stop. No one had expected Shen Gongbao to mention the ancient heaven realm, an existence that they had to look up to. Although they were shocked, they did not interrupt Shen Gongbao's report. The second one, if my memory is correct, should be called the Sky Halberd Goddess. Her cultivation had just broken through to the sovereign realm. However, her combat strength was very strong. Wherever the Sky Halberd Moon Dance treasure wheel went, it froze and shattered everything. She was in the Moon Palace. Moreover, she was beautiful and attracted the admiration of countless experts. Shen Gongbao said with a strange expression, To be honest, I don't know where these memories came from. Ancient heaven realm? Chaotic space-time? A projection that transcends time and space? Interesting. It seems that the Dead Sea of Chaos is indeed related to the ancient heaven realm. Perhaps, when we find the primal chaos city, we will have a conclusion. After Di Shitian heard this, he pondered for a while and said slowly. He took a deep look at Shen Gongbao. He had always been curious about Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao's bad luck was really strange. However, he did not expect Shen Gongbao to have memories of the ancient heaven realm. Could it be that Lord Shen is the reincarnation of an expert from the ancient heaven realm? An inexplicable thought quickly flashed through his mind. However, it was clear that even if Shen Gongbao was the reincarnation of an expert from the ancient heaven realm, he did not have any memories of his life. If he did not meet someone familiar this time, he would not have any memories. Continue forward. Di Shitian did not think too much about it. He drove the demon court forward again. Crazy Emperor, it seems that this place is related to the ancient heaven realm. Perhaps there is a passage to the ancient heaven realm. However, the most important thing now is to capture true Lord Ku Rong. That guy definitely has something to do with the eternal celestial world. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12-19. Things happened one after another, and the scenes they saw all pointed to the legendary eternal celestial realm. Shen Gongbao also had some strange memories. They all seemed to be related to the Dead Sea of Chaos. There was no doubt that the eternal celestial realm existed above the chaotic world. All of this showed that the Dead Sea of Chaos was closely related to the eternal celestial realm. My Shin, you were one of the 9 demon ancestors of the demon god continent. You should have been here before. What else do you know about the situation? Sakura asked Bewitching Heart as they continued to move forward in the soaring heaven demon court. Husband. Mai Shin shook her head slightly and said, among the 9 demon ancestors of the demon god continent, there were some who were born first. The first to become a demon ancestor was the lifeless demon ancestor. He was a life usurper and had the terrifying ability to change fate. I was born later and was the 7th to become a demon ancestor. All those years ago when they joined forces to explore the dead ocean of chaos, I wasn't with them. Everything I know is what I found out from them after that through indirect means. I have only heard of the Dead Sea of Chaos, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. This is also the first time I have entered this legendary forbidden area. I did not expect Lifeless and the others to not tell us everything. No wonder their cultivation is always higher than mine. It seems that they must have obtained great benefits here. Speaking of which, there was a strange expression in her voice. All along, they had been unable to surpass the demon ancestors before them. They thought it was a problem of talent and cultivation time. It seemed that it was not as simple as they thought. However, whether it is the sovereign, or the demon ancestor, I am afraid that none of them have obtained the ultimate secret of the Dead Sea of Chaos. It is said that when the demon ancestor retreated, he was in a sorry state. Mai Shin continued. Rumble. The soaring heaven demon court was in a state of alert. Along the way, more and more attacks were coming from all directions, such as swords and sabers. Every attack seemed to have traveled through time and space. However, even though they were prepared, they were still destroyed by the purple firmament god-slaying cannon. The ancient city tore through the air at a steady speed. He continued to rush towards primal chaos city. The soaring firmament demon court traversed the dead chaotic sea of death in an overbearing manner. Rumble. However, after the demon court had traveled forward for a while, large swathes of chaos suddenly collapsed and distorted in front of them. Powerful space-time auras constantly radiated outwards. An inconceivable scene appeared in the crumbling chaos. It was like a mirage. An inconceivable scene appeared in front of him out of thin air. The demon court froze on the spot. Di Shitian, all the experts around him, the countless cultivators in the city, and a large number of demons, all stared at this sudden change with dumbfounded expressions. What is this? Tianken couldn't help but cry out in surprise. This isn't real. I can't feel any real aura. It's like an illusion, a projection. Could this be a space-time projection from the eternal celestial realm? It was like a mirage. Although it was illusory, it was real. It's just that it didn't happen in the present, but in the distant past. Mai Shin's eyes shone with a wise light. Husband, this is a projection. I can feel the charm of an illusion from it. Bai Hu and Su Tianxiang also spoke. As a 9-tailed celestial fox, she had special divine abilities and was especially proficient in illusions. In the blink of an eye, she could see the reality in front of her. It seems like it's a space-time projection, a mirage. She nodded and said. Instantly, all the experts were speechless as they looked at the projection that had suddenly appeared. To a certain extent, a space-time projection was often the truth of a certain time that was annihilated in the long river of time. It was the most real secret. If one could see a space-time projection, they would often be able to obtain some secrets hidden in time. Naturally, no one wanted to miss it. Even Sakura was holding his breath with rapt attention as he looked over with lightning speed. He saw that in the chaos in front of him, it was like a movie screen that suddenly rose in the dark night. An incredible scene appeared in front of him. Every scene that appeared was vivid and lifelike, as if it really existed. What appeared in front of him was a vast and boundless plain. In the surroundings, There was a mountain range that rose and fell like ferocious dragons. There were countless tall ancient trees, dense forests, and green grasslands. It was vast and boundless. Kill, kill, kill. On the grassland, a group of soldiers in silver armor and a group of soldiers in black armor appeared out of thin air and charged at each other from both sides. In the blink of an eye, they collided and killed each other, causing a complete mess. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew wantonly. The two armies were madly charging with the determination to die. Every second, a sea of experts would fall. That tragic murderous aura, even if it was just a projection, made Tien Kan and the others' faces change drastically. This was because they found that there were quite a number of peerless experts fighting with their lives on the line. The battle was unusually fierce. Especially Shen Gongbao, his face constantly changed with a grave expression. Sky Halberd Legion and Armageddon Legion, why are these two armies fighting? Shen Gongbao muttered to himself, as if a fragment of memory had appeared in his mind. However, before he could think about it, the scene on the battlefield immediately changed. A god of war wearing golden armor and holding a heavenly spear appeared. His battle intent pierced through the clouds as well. He fiercely collided with a middle-aged expert wearing black armor and carrying the aura of great destruction or even doomsday. In the sky above the battlefield, hundreds of millions of afterimages were drawn out in an instant, creating a terrifying battle. In the blink of an eye, the sky and earth were torn apart, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. It's Sky Halberd War God and Armageddon War God. One of them dominates the war, and the other dominates the doomsday catastrophe, bringing death. One of them is in the south, and the other is in the north. Why are they suddenly fighting, and in such a way that's close to death? Shen Gongbao couldn't help but let out a strange murmur again. However, this seemed to be only the beginning. As soon as the battle began, many experts immediately appeared, such as the Heavenly Flower Goddess, the Rain Master, the Snow Lady, the Sky Demon, the Earth Demon, and the Human Demon. The Nine Extremes Emperor. Many shocking experts appeared in time and space like bamboo shoots after the rain, appearing one after another in front of Shen Gongbao's eyes. Every one of them could suppress an area, and they could be called Overlord-level experts. Almost every instant, the intensity of the battle was constantly increasing by several times. Blood dyed the earth red. The sun and moon lost their color. The earth cracked and mountains collapsed. Rivers reversed, and all kinds of terrifying scenes appeared one after another. With a raise of a hand, ice sealed the world, raging fire burned the sky, saber light tore through the void, and battle swords split the stars. Even divine weapons of war kept appearing, and battleships roared crazily. The battle was abnormally terrifying. A remarkable power could annihilate the void within hundreds of millions of miles. A palm could cause the world to collapse. When they opened their mouths, they spat out a Xinghe hair. When they blocked with their hair, they could cut through the void. All sorts of battle techniques could destroy countless kiliachasms with a single blow. Not even a speck of dust would be left behind. Killing intent and baleful auras filled every inch of the void. The tough earth couldn't withstand the terrifying battle, and huge fissures began to spread across its surface. It shattered into pieces. All sorts of divine abilities were used to destroy it. Countless rays of divine light shot out in all directions. Wherever they passed, all living beings were annihilated. What's going on, Sovereign? Why are there so many sovereigns? Paragon Hellmoon, Paragon Flame Devouring, Paragon Godslaying, Paragon Wind God, Water God. Shen Gongbao couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he watched one figure after another appear. He kept muttering to himself, as though he were being assaulted by a series of strange memories. Every time he looked at a figure, an indescribable memory would naturally appear in his mind, gathering into a torrent. A battle like this was far too brutal. Peerless experts fell one after another, and even sovereigns were bathed in blood. If something like this had happened in primal chaos, it would have been completely destroyed, no matter how vast it was. But here in Di Shitian, the only thing he could see was endless destruction. Roar. However, this seemed to be only the beginning of the battle. Amidst a deafening roar that transcended space and time, A towering giant that was tens of millions of feet tall stood between heaven and earth. The muscles all over its body began to squirm wildly like horned dragons. His bronze skin glowed with an ancient light, and every inch of his flesh was filled with the most ancient of natural laws. It was almost as if his flesh and blood weren't filled with meridians, but rather, with divine chains of natural laws. Power, power, power. It was possible to see boundless power in his body, and the pressure it emanated caused the void to cave in. Wherever he stood, it was almost as if a god had arrived. It was as if a god had arrived. He was clad in the hide of some unknown beast, and radiated a powerful aura. His chiseled face was even harder than marble. His pitch-black hair danced wildly, even though there was no wind. Every time it danced, it caused the space around him to be sliced open. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It was as if he was an invincible existence just by standing there. That kind of pressure made even sovereigns stay away from him. In his hand, he held an ancient battle axe that looked like a stone. On the battle axe, there were naturally formed patterns. Just by looking at it quietly, one could feel the strong, heavy, and powerful feeling coming from the battle axe. A boundless aura spread throughout the battlefield. The battle axe had no edge, but it was sharper than a sharp edge. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1220. Those with tickets, please support me. This is. When Shen Gongbao saw the giant, his eyes were filled with an indescribable shock. He could not even complete his sentence as he stared in shock at the projection in front of him. The giant was holding a huge battle axe in the giant's hand. For some reason, this scene brought about an invincible aura. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart tremble violently. Puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, the all-heavens cultivators and large groups of demons who had been watching the projection all felt their hearts tremble. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and sat down on the ground with pale faces. They did not dare to continue watching, for fear that they would be shaken to death if they continued watching. Their minds collapsed and were completely annihilated. Ding, ding. But this wasn't the end. In the projection, a cold and arrogant young man suddenly appeared in front of the giant. His entire body emitted a dazzling light. Every inch of his skin was like a terrifying divine weapon, a terrifying supreme treasure. Every strand of his hair was transformed from a divine weapon. His eyes shone with a cold light. There seemed to be countless divine weapons flashing around him. His gaze pierced through the void like a battle sword. And again. The aura on his body seemed to be on par with that of the giant. Roar, 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 roar. Another emperor in an emperor's robe appeared. Around him, 9 ferocious ancestral dragons roared. With the ancestral dragons as a backdrop, his aura was even more extraordinary. He stood on the spot as if the surrounding heaven and earth were his territory. All the cultivators were his subjects. His aura was not inferior to that of the other two. Roar. The giant's eyes widened. He swung the battle axe in his hand toward the terrifying existence that seemed to be formed from countless divine weapons. The axe carried with it endless power. The terrifying axe light almost instantly crushed the entire battlefield. Puff, puff, puff. When the giant swung his axe, all the peerless experts who were watching with rapt attention felt as if their spirits had suffered a terrible blow. His body trembled violently, and a mouthful of blood surged into his throat. He couldn't help but spit it out. Even experts like the Myriad Tribulation Ancestor, the Ghost King, and the Lightning Ancestor couldn't help but tremble and groan. At the same time, he felt as if the axe was chopping down on him. That kind of endless sense of vulnerability crazily emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if the world in front of him had collapsed under that axe. There was no resistance at all. He felt that he could easily be buried under that axe. This scene made even Myriad Tribulation Ancestor and the others jump in fright. He almost dodged the attack directly. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. That axe strike had made them clearly feel a sense of insignificance. The projection of time and space in front of the demon court was also destroyed by the axe. It was as if it had been cut off from time and space. It collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. The surrounding primal chaos was still primal chaos, and the Dead Sea was still the Dead Sea. It was as if nothing had changed, as if what had just happened had never happened. Phew. Indra let out a long sigh as his eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit and will to fight. In the projection, what he saw and received was simply too much. He could clearly see a historical or even real ancient war that might have disappeared in the long river of time. He didn't need any proof. From the first time he saw it, he was sure that it was an earth-shattering war that had happened in the past. Shengong, you saw the projection just now. I wonder if any new memories have appeared in your mind. Di Shitian looked at Shengong Gongbao and asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, your humble servant has indeed obtained some new memories. Shengong Gongbao slowly recovered from his shock and finally said, Your humble servant seems to have some memories of the experts that appeared in the projection just now. Tell me. Di Shitian nodded and motioned for him to continue. The first to appear should be the Sky Halberd War God and the Doomsday War God. These two war gods were almost at the same cultivation realm. One represented war, while the other ruled over doomsday. In the eternal celestial realm, they were both overlords. However, they didn't seem to have any enmity with each other. Your humble servant doesn't know why they fought. I don't remember such things happening in my memories. Shengong Gongbao said slowly with a strange expression. Speaking of which, any cultivator who obtained memories that they didn't have before would have an indescribable feeling. They would think about their previous lives. Two peak sovereigns. Myriad tribulation ancestor couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Such experts were even more terrifying than the fate sovereign and the others. The ones that appeared after that were almost all equally terrifying dominator rank existences. However, many of them didn't have any enmity with each other. Your humble servant really doesn't understand why they would fight each other. Moreover, they didn't show any mercy. They wanted to kill each other without holding back. He didn't have such information in his memories. Only when he saw the other party did pieces of memories appear in his mind. As for the cause of the war, he clearly didn't know. However, he was certain that it happened in the eternal celestial realm. This place might have been an ancient battlefield left behind by the Great War in the past. It was the result of the chaotic space-time. Then who were the last three powerful existences that appeared? Sakura didn't insist, but he still wanted to continue to know more about some things, so he asked again. The last three places were the most crucial. Those three existences were simply too powerful. They were so powerful that he could feel that if he was in front of them, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. He would be directly stabbed to death. The first giant is called Pan Jin. No one knows how he was born, but if the information in my memories is correct, he should be the most revered god of eternity in the eternal celestial realm. Moreover, he's the strongest god of the eternal celestial realm. His battle strength is so strong that no one can match him alone. The battle axe in his hand is called the Calamity Axe. It means that once the battle axe is swung, it's a terrifying calamity for the enemy. It's a calamity of death. No one has seen what it's like when he strikes with his full strength. Shun Gongbao's eyes revealed a look of respect. Such an existence was so terrifying that it could shake the past and present. He was invincible across space-time. When the experts heard this, they recalled the scene of the battle axe in their faces. Their hearts were filled with shock. At the same time, they felt the strongest respect for the god of the eternal celestial realm. Such an existence could probably destroy the chaos with a single finger. Pan Jin. Di Shitian remembered this name. He was deeply moved. The second one to appear, if I'm not wrong, should be one of the legendary god of the eternal celestial realm, the Weapon Grandmaster. Shun Gongbao continued, it said that the Weapon Grandmaster cultivated the Tao of weapons. He was the strongest blacksmith in the eternal celestial realm. He had forged countless divine weapons and powerful battle treasures. They were all absorbed into his body. The more divine weapons he fused with, the stronger his battle strength would be. Furthermore, His battle strength was extremely strong and he advocated attacking. When he struck, he would never leave anyone alive. He had dominated the eternal celestial realm and no one dared to go against him. He killed mercilessly. Purely in terms of killing, he is even more famous than Pan Jin. Such an existence was truly terrifying. Just by hearing it, one could feel a chill in one's heart. Who's the third one? Tian Kan could not help but ask curiously. When it came to the eternal celestial realm, they were all ignorant children. The third one is called the Supreme Celestial Emperor. He was also an unparalleled existence of the eternal celestial realm. Furthermore, his supreme 9 dragon transformations was a supreme Tao of the Emperor. He possessed a terrifying strength that could suppress all directions. Legend has it that if the 9 dragons around him were to fly out, any one of them would be able to suppress a sovereign. It was an unparalleled mystique of an emperor. However, he had never made a move before. Hence, no one could estimate his strength. To think that he would appear on the battlefield. Shen Gongbao took in a deep breath and sighed, 3 eternal celestial emperors appearing at the same time. This is something that has never happened before. I wonder what happened to the eternal celestial realm back then that led to such a terrifying battle. That was all he could remember. Even now, he did not know what his identity was. Why would these strange memories appear after seeing those figures? They seemed to be the most real thing. 3 eternal celestial emperors, several sovereigns, and a large number of soldiers. Judging from the projection, there must have been a terrifying battle in the eternal celestial realm. This dead sea of chaos must be the ruins left behind by the battle back then. It might even be a projection. It's a product of the chaotic space-time. No wonder those strange fighting spirits would appear here. Terrifying sabers and swords, all sorts of attacks, and a terrifying scene of chaos. The situation here is probably not even a millionth of the battle back then. After hearing this, Di Shitian began to ponder. I saw the projection of the sky halberd god of war. Could it be that the sky halberd god of war died in the battle back then? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there were too many mysteries. It was almost impossible to figure it out with just the projection and Shen Gongbao's fragmented memories. Especially the key point. Why did they fight in the end? If he did not understand this key point, all his guesses would be false. He would not be able to figure out the ultimate reason behind it. Even so, he was still able to make many guesses. Even the myriad calamity ancestor and the others could not help but fall into deep thought. It was obvious that what they had just seen had a huge impact on them. Boom, boom, boom. The projection dissipated. The demon court did not stop. It continued to move forward and slowly approached the primal chaos city. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1221. Although the demon court continued to move forward, none of the experts present had the desire to speak. The shock brought about by the space-time projection was still deeply imprinted in their hearts. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. It was simply too inconceivable and shocking to the mind. Especially that axe strike, even the myriad tribulation ancestor felt a mouthful of blood rush to his throat. However, he didn't spit it out and swallowed it back down. That feeling of helplessness reverberated deeply in his mind. It was simply too shocking. Most importantly, some of the information that Shen Gongbao told them made them ponder deeply. Pan Jin, Weapon Grandmaster, Celestial Emperor, 3 eternal gods, these were the existences that truly stood at the peak of the cultivation world. Even rulers couldn't resist their might, let alone resist. The further one went, the greater the gap between each realm. It was as large as a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Many thanks, Shifter Emperor. Returning to his senses, the lightning ancestor slowly exhaled. He looked deeply at Di Shitian and nodded emotionally. If Di Shitian hadn't brought them in, unless they broke through to ruler, they wouldn't have been able to touch this terrifying forbidden area that even rulers had to be careful of. They wouldn't have been able to come into contact with these secrets that they might never see. The myriad tribulation ancestor and the ghost king also nodded at Di. All of this was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. It could also clearly widen one's horizons. Understanding one's own insignificance made one's desire to forge ahead even stronger. However, after they finished speaking, they all glanced at Shen Gongbao at the same time. Shen Gongbao's strangeness and strange misfortune were known throughout the world. There was almost no expert of the older generation who didn't know about him. However, it seemed that his origin was even more mysterious. Perhaps it could be traced back to the legendary immemorial celestial realm. Forget it. Shen Gongbao's misfortune is something that only the Shifter Emperor can accept. She didn't want to die from his worship. That would be a waste. Thousand Calamity Ancestor thought of the scene of Shengong bowing 3 times to Judgment Sovereign and shook his head. He also admired Di Shitian for not showing any reaction to Shengong's bowing. Bang bang bang. While they were moving forward, the god-slaying purple heaven cannon did not stop. It fired again and again, shattering the attacks that suddenly appeared. Along the way, a few more chaotic souls of war appeared. They had terrifying combat strength and were almost immortal. However, they were still crushed by the demon court. Moreover, under the mysterious rules, after they died, they all left behind scrolls of cultivation techniques that resembled their original bodies. He had obtained a total of 5 cultivation techniques. They were the Treasure Refining God Codex, Talisman Treasure Mirror, Forbidden Array Treasure Record, Longevity Treasure Mirror, and Sky Demon Technique. Every single scroll could be said to be an extremely precious cultivation technique. Among them, the Treasure Refinement Scripture, the Talisman Scripture, and the Forbidden Formation Scripture were the most valuable and priceless treasures. For refining treasures, divine weapons, talismans, and even restrictions, array diagrams were extremely important. 5 Elements Ancestor, Sky Silkworm, Huang Quan, and Duo Bao were very happy about this. They felt endless motivation. Along the way, they relied on Ling Xiao Demon Court and Sakura to hold the fort. Along the way, they were able to cut through all obstacles and extinguish all fires. They were still able to get closer to Primal Chaos City. Rumble. Finally, after traveling for a full month in the Dead Sea of Chaos, they finally reached the same area as Primal Chaos City. Following a series of rumbles, the surrounding primal chaos continued to surge and shake violently. "Your Majesty, we've arrived," Hu said excitedly. He had been standing beside Di Shitian. His identity was the Left Minister, a high position and power. However, because his talent and original cultivation were a bit low, even though he was in the demon court, he had only reached the peak of the ancient sky demon realm. He had not broken through to the ancient sky demon realm. However, his position was not shaken at all. Looking at the supreme life lamp, it seemed that the demon court had entered the area where Primal Chaos City was located. The coordinates had already started to overlap. Why is there nothing? Xie Sanyang frowned as she looked around. In front of her was the vast Dead Sea of Chaos. It seemed to be no different from the areas they had been to before. If the coordinates are correct, this must be the area where Primal Chaos City is located. Could it be that something is hiding it? What's in front of us is just an illusion. Boy of Bliss muttered in a childish voice. Bell of Heaven's reincarnation, shatter the illusion. A purplish gold auspicious cloud appeared above Sakura's head. On the auspicious cloud, the Bell of Heaven's reincarnation, which had been upgraded to a low-grade innate cardinal treasure, emitted a crystal-like color. Gorgeous scrolls flashed continuously on the bell. Every scroll was unusually ancient and mysterious. Countless gods and demons circled around the bell. Clang! The ancient bell shook violently, and a crisp, soul-shaking sound rang out. It carried with it the concept of endless reincarnation and spread out like a tide. In the blink of an eye, wherever the bell rang, ripples appeared in the chaotic void at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within the ripples, a completely different scene appeared out of nowhere. What is this? A river? A celestial river? Or the Xing He? Tian Can's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the scene that had suddenly appeared. His eyes were filled with shock. A belt of light. This is a huge belt of chaotic light. It's a long river. How strange. What a huge river of chaos. 9. It's 9. Could this be the chaotic divine ring outside Primal Chaos City? A powerful restriction protecting Primal Chaos City? The lightning ancestor took a deep breath. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the scene in front of him with emotion. An incomparably huge river that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before him. This river was like a celestial river, but it was filled with chaotic energy. Moreover, the chaotic energy was so dense that it had reached the point of liquefaction. It had turned into chaotic water, and it carried with it an ancient chaotic divine radiance. The strangest thing was that the space and time inside seemed to be completely chaotic and independent of each other. Terrifying attacks would appear from time to time, giving rise to countless scenes. There were ferocious beasts and demon gods, stars and storms, and even chaotic war gods, twisting blades of space and time, chaotic vortexes, and so on. At every moment, it was rapidly changing at a frequency of tens of millions of times, or even billions of times. They gathered together to form the long river of chaos. The river's head and tail were connected, forming an incomparably huge chaotic divine ring. The power contained within this divine ring was enough to shock one's heart with a single glance. The various chaotic forces caused Tien Kan and the other Yarrow gods to pale. There were a total of 9 such chaotic divine rings. One ring after another. One ring after another. The 9 chaotic divine rings revolved continuously, giving off an imposing aura like that of a giant. At the very least, when Celestial Silkworm, Yellow Springs, and the others saw this vast divine ring, they felt extremely small. Clang! Di Shitian suddenly waved his hand toward the demon court, and a few pieces of low-grade divine crystals appeared in his hand. With a casual pull, the divine crystals directly condensed into a crystal-like battle sword. Countless formations and restrictions were placed on it, and it emitted a kind of spiritual charm that was not inferior to any acquired spiritual treasure. Moreover, it was exceptionally tough. Whoosh! Di Shitian casually waved this battle sword, which was directly refined, and threw it directly into the vast chaotic divine ring. At the same time, it carried a rather domineering force and cut open the chaos. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the chaotic divine ring. Hiss! However, all the experts who were watching with their eyes wide open couldn't help but gasp when they saw what happened next. As soon as the battle sword entered the divine ring, countless vortexes appeared out of thin air and sucked the battle sword in. The sword energy contained within the battle sword was rapidly eroded, and all kinds of disasters appeared continuously. Earth, fire, water, wind, space-time blades, doomsday storms, and so on all appeared one after another, bringing with them the power of chaos. In the blink of an eye, the battle sword was directly ground into dust in the divine ring. Not a single bit was left. Although divine crystals were only low-grade divine crystals, they were still the top materials in the world. They were exceptionally tough and difficult to wear down, but they were so easily worn down by the chaotic divine ring. What a terrifying chaotic divine ring. Ghost King took a deep breath and sighed. That's right. If I'm not wrong, even a peerless expert would be ground into dust in the blink of an eye. Turning into dust, it seems that the city of chaos should be inside. I'm afraid that even the sovereigns may not be able to enter and find the city of chaos. Myriad Tribulation Ancestor nodded deeply. Seeing the power of the chaotic divine ring, they had a feeling that the 9 great sovereigns, the demon ancestor, and even the sovereigns had not really entered the city of chaos. Otherwise, the mystery of the Dead Sea of Chaos would have been solved long ago. Demon Court, Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive, 3000 Great Dows, supporting heaven and earth, Great Tao Law, Inescapable Net, Protect the Ancient City, Eye of Heavenly Tao, Devour Everything to Supplement the Great Tao. 4 Cardinal Heavenly Gates, Suppress the 4 Extremities. Di Shitian wasn't really afraid. He sat upright on the throne. His body exuded a supreme emperor's aura as he ordered decisively. Rumble. The Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive spun at an astonishing speed. In the void of the city, the terrifying net of laws appeared clearly, and a huge purple eye opened, exuding a vast pressure. The 4 cardinal heavenly gates also erupted with shocking power, exuding a vast divine aura. It was majestic. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the chaotic divine ring. He came here to find the city of chaos. Now that he was at the entrance, there was no reason to leave without entering. Knowing the difficulty and retreating, or facing it head-on, he chose the latter. The vast ancient city charged into the chaotic divine ring like a supreme overlord. When he entered, there was no obstruction, but the moment he entered, the chaotic sea in the chaotic divine ring exploded, and countless huge whirlpools appeared around the ancient city. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyen.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1222. Those with tickets, please help me get 2. Some of the vortexes spun counterclockwise, while others spun clockwise. When they collided with each other, the distortion produced became even more terrifying and violent. Even if a treasure was thrown in, it would be directly torn to pieces. In an instant, after the demon court entered, it felt like it could not grasp the direction and was constantly swaying with the power of the vortexes. Rumble. However, as soon as the power produced by these vortexes landed on the demon court, the 4 heavenly gates immediately erupted with astonishing power, suppressing and stabilizing the demon court. The outside of the eye of the heavenly Tao hanging in the void strangely turned pitch black, like a huge black hole. As soon as the vortexes approached the ancient city, they were directly sucked into the demon court and appeared outside of the eye of the heavenly Tao. Then, they directly saw the vortexes being swallowed by the eye of the heavenly Tao domineeringly. In the eye of the heavenly Tao, rays of purple divine light constantly flashed, transmitting endless majesty. After swallowing them, in the blink of an eye, waves of strange power directly reflected from the eye of the heavenly Tao and poured into the nomological net connected to the eye. The 3,000 heavenly pillars of the great Tao appeared one after another. Some were illusory, and some had already condensed into substance, outlining simple nomological Tao patterns. The power reflected from the eye of the heavenly Tao directly poured into some of the pillars. On the spot, one could see that the aura and nomological Tao patterns emitted by those pillars were faintly strengthened. The eye of the heavenly Tao was swallowing the surrounding vortexes and even all the power inside. The eye of the heavenly Tao is actually swallowing the power outside. Isn't it afraid that the eye of the heavenly Tao will be damaged? The Ghost King frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him. What a good demon court! It is indeed worthy of the name of an immortal artifact. It is indeed blessed by the heavens and has a tyrannical power that no other artifact can look down on. The 3,000 great Taos are indeed extraordinary. It is all perfect. So it has such a powerful ability. The lightning ancestor vaguely understood something and could not help but exclaim inwardly. There are 3,000 great Taos between heaven and earth. All kinds of power are included in these 3,000 great Taos. With the power of the immortal grade divine treasure, it can withstand the first round of suppression of the various powers in this chaotic divine ring. The power that is swept into the city can be transformed by the eye of the heavenly Tao into fragments of the most fundamental laws of nature. It can be fed back into the 3,000 heavenly pillars of the great Tao to strengthen and perfect them. The attacks formed here are extremely tyrannical. Even peerless powerhouses can't contend against them. The precept fragments refined here are also not weak. To the great path sky pillar, they are a great supplement. Wan ancestor's eyes also shone brightly. He instantly understood the true strength of the demon court. They had the complete 3,000 Taos in the city. It encompassed any kind of power. Otherwise, if it was a sovereign god domain, he would definitely not dare to devour in such a domineering manner. Once he tried to devour the grand Tao that had yet to form in his sovereign god domain, not only would he not be able to devour it, he would also directly cause great damage to his sovereign god domain. Without a doubt, he would bring a disaster upon himself. He couldn't help but place more importance on the demon court. Her weight in his heart had reached an unimaginable level. It was one of a kind. Rumble. A vast and boundless doomsday storm swept madly towards the demon court with endless destructive lightning. The power inside was enough to bind a sovereign and sweep him in. The demon court shook violently, emitting an enormous devouring force. The surrounding void collapsed, turning into a terrifying black hole. As soon as the doomsday storm came outside, it was directly swept into the ancient city and into the eye of the heavenly Tao. In the giant purple eye, one could clearly see a terrifying storm raging inside. However, a jade archive also appeared in the eye. The jade archive spun rapidly, constantly refining the storm and pouring it into the net of precepts and the 3,000 heavenly pillars. Spacetime blade, spacetime storm, star destruction, and so on. All kinds of disasters crashed into the demon court like raindrops. Rumble. The ancient city was still stable. The four directions' heavenly gates firmly suppressed the surroundings and steadily shuttled inside. Everywhere it went, all kinds of disasters were quickly swept into the demon court. At the same time, the Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive spun at an incredible speed, devouring a huge amount of chaos vital energy. It allowed the eye of the heavenly Tao to devour the disasters outside and all kinds of terrifying power. The consumption of energy had reached an astonishing peak. The consumption of energy to refine those disasters was even greater. Almost every moment, it consumed a huge amount of vital energy of nearly 4,000 primordial chaos. Even now, the Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive could only absorb 3,000 primordial chaos vital energy at a time. This consumption had already exceeded the limit of the demon court. It was consuming its own energy. At every moment, the heaven and earth vital energy in the demon court could be seen decreasing. This kind of price was also quite high. The demon court domineeringly charged forward. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Even the battle souls were shattered. In the blink of an eye, it had already broken through the first chaos divine ring. What was in front of him was yet another chaotic divine ring. Charge! Charge! Under the complete outbreak of the demon court, all the attacks that swept over were swept into the eye of the heavenly Tao. After being refined, they were fed back to the 3,000 heavenly pillars. One could clearly see that the heavenly pillars, which were originally somewhat illusory, were transforming at an astonishing speed. One after another, they became condensed. The illusory feeling became fainter and fainter, almost impossible to feel. However, one could feel that the entire demon court was becoming more stable and tyrannical almost every moment. There was no delay. The ancient city rampaged and domineeringly charged into the second chaos divine ring. The powerful disasters and the power of erosion were once again exerted on the demon court, but they were still wantonly devoured. Vaguely, the heavenly pillars had already condensed into a physical body. Relying on the unique advantages of the demon court, it fearlessly broke through one line of defense after another. Not long after, the 9 chaos divine rings were finally broken through one after another. Whoosh! After completely passing through the 9 chaos divine rings, the cultivators and even the experts in the demon court couldn't help but deeply exhale the remaining turbid air in their chests. That was close. If it weren't for the demon court, I'm afraid that even a ruler would find it difficult to cross these 9 chaos divine rings. The disasters inside are too terrifying. Even the power of teleportation can appear. I was almost sent back to the first chaos divine ring. The cycle is truly terrifying. Even the primal energy of heaven and earth in the demon court has been depleted to such a degree. If it had been a little longer, I'm afraid that the demon court wouldn't have been able to continue devouring the disasters. In the end, they would have had to endure and pass through. That would have been even more dangerous. Words of relief rang out one after another. Although it hadn't been long, the dangers they'd encountered inside were almost unforgettable. Especially when they encountered the sudden teleportation power that had almost sent the demon court, who had already reached the 7th chaos divine ring, back to the first. If that had happened, it would have been simply terrifying. Moreover, after passing through, the primal energy in the entire demon court was so thin that it was almost like a barren world. The primal energy was so thin that some cultivators could only cultivate to the demon king level and could no longer advance further. One could imagine how terrifying the consumption of primal energy would be. Boom, boom, boom. However, after passing through, the Imperial Jade Archive immediately began to spin rapidly, wantonly devouring a huge amount of chaos primal energy from the outside world. It absorbed the primal energy at a rate of 3,000 primordial chaos primal energies and poured them back into the demon court, causing the primal energy of heaven and earth in the demon court to rapidly increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly, it became abundant. This kind of replenishment was very fast, but the previous consumption was also very thorough. Now, it would take a long time to replenish the primal energy. After all, the demon court was simply too big, not one bit smaller than the purple gold continent. Moreover, there were 129,600 realms inside. Although the primal energy was quickly absorbed, it would also take a long time to replenish the primal energy. However, it was still steadily increasing. After passing through the Chaos Divine Rings, they all looked forward. Even the Myriad Tribulation Ancestor and the Lightning Ancestor couldn't help but open their mouths wide, looking at everything in front of them with incredulous eyes. What's this? A cluster of islands? Are you kidding me? The Ghost King couldn't help but curse. He gaped at the scene in front of him, a look of shock faintly appearing on his face. Islands? How many islands are there? Oh my God! Who could be so generous to create such a masterpiece? Is this still Chaos City? Could this be Chaos Island? In the Nether Prison, Ming was also extremely shocked. He looked at everything in front of him in horror. The ancient city that he thought he would see didn't appear in front of him. Instead, he saw an incredible cluster of islands. Interesting indeed. Di Shitian took a deep breath. His face didn't reveal any expression. He just looked at everything in front of him calmly as if nothing could affect him. What appeared in front of him was a vast cluster of islands. This cluster of islands was extremely numerous. In the shape of a pyramid, there were 9 layers stacked on top of each other. The lowest layer had the largest number of islands, numbering in the tens of millions. Moreover, each island seemed to have an inexplicable function, like a divine artifact with an inexplicable charm. They were connected in mysterious trajectories. They weren't static, but moving in strange trajectories. It seemed that these islands themselves were the eyes of a terrifying divine array. The number of islands decreased sharply as they went up, but there were still nearly 10 million of them. Moreover, the aura emitted by these islands was stronger than that of the first layer. The number of islands decreased according to the pyramid. One layer after another, and at the top layer, there were only 9 vast islands. Moreover, the higher they went, the more mysterious the fog shrouded, making it impossible for people to see the scene inside clearly. Although it was divided into 9 layers, it was connected into one. It was unusually mysterious and majestic. Even the demon court was far from the size of this vast cluster of islands. It was like the difference between an adult and a child. No one would have thought that when they broke in, they wouldn't see Chaos City, but this inexplicable cluster of islands. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1223. The double monthly ticket period is almost over. Brothers, if you have tickets, please help me. Carefree. Carefree Archipelago. Blood Lotus Day Oist. This is Blood Lotus Day Oist's Carefree Archipelago. When Shengongbao saw the countless islands, traces of memories appeared in his mind. A shocked expression appeared on his face, and he spat out a sentence with a solemn expression. His tone was solemn. It was even more solemn than when he was talking about Pan Jin, the Weapon Grandmaster, and the Celestial Emperor. Feeling the fierce aura coming from the vast archipelago, one's mind could feel an extremely strong pressure. Even Di Shitian was no exception. The pressure it exuded was enough to cause even the Sovereign Lord's heart to tremble in front of the archipelago. Carefree Archipelago? Isn't it the primal Chaos City? Also, who is Blood Lotus Day Oist? Little Bai and Di Ling blinked and asked curiously. Yes, Zi Xian has grown up and knows a lot of things in the world. However, I really don't know who Blood Lotus Daoist and the Carefree Archipelago are. Shen Gongbao, tell us quickly. To be able to build such an unbelievably huge Carefree Archipelago, he must not be an ordinary cultivator. Zi Xian's eyes flickered with traces of purple light. She did not hide her curiosity at all. The other experts all looked at Shen Gongbao at the same time. Obviously, they all wanted to know the truth. Your Majesty, your humble servant's memory is not complete. It is only after seeing this island that a strange memory suddenly appeared. Shen Gongbao said respectfully, speaking of Blood Lotus Daoist, he is known as the most mysterious existence in the world. As for his identity, no one knows since ancient times. It was as if he suddenly appeared in the eternal heaven realm. Not only does he have the title of Blood Lotus Daoist, but he also has the reputation of Carefree Daoist. It is said that he has 9 beautiful wives, all of whom are peerless goddesses in the world. His cultivation is so high that no one can see through him. It is said that even God since ancient times would not easily provoke him. He yearns to be free and unfettered, and can be said to be the most carefree existence in the world. Taking my 9 wives with me, I wandered around the eternal heaven realm as I pleased. When I should laugh, I should laugh. When I should be happy, I should be happy. It was as if there was no power or object in the world that could restrain his footsteps. Shen Gongbao's voice echoed slowly. This caused Di Shitian and the others to involuntarily let their imaginations run wild. They yearned for that kind of unrestrained and carefree immortal state. Such an existence could be said to be an extraordinary person. In the past, there was once a ruler who accidentally met one of his wives and was attracted to her. He pursued her madly, but the method he used was somewhat despicable. The Blood Lotus Daoist master casually threw out a devil-sealing treasure mirror, and the ruler didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. He was directly sucked into the treasure mirror and became one of the illustrated pages of the mirror. After that, he was given the title of Daoist Demon Sealer. His a peerless genius that no one can fathom. Shen Gongbao named several titles in a row, but they were all describing the same person. Such a matter could be said to have never happened before. Daoist Master Blood Lotus, Daoist Master Carefree, Daoist Master Demon Sealer. The gaze in Di Shitian's eyes was abnormally deep. He was filled with endless curiosity towards these existences. As for the Carefree Archipelago, it is said that Daoist Blood Lotus took over the islands and inscribed countless formations and restrictions on them. They are connected by a unique grand formation. On every island, there is a terrifying ancient formation. Each ancient formation possesses enormous power. Some are purely killing formations, while others are only illusionary formations used to trap people. That's right. Moreover, the grand array formed by these islands is a single entity. This is the Blood Lotus Demon Sealing Array. It is extremely terrifying. Those that intrude are doomed. It is said that the highest level is the Carefree Island where Daoist Master Blood Lotus lives with his wife and family. Shen Gongbao slowly recounted all the memories that emerged in his mind. Hearing this, Huang Quan and the others were filled with shock and disbelief. What a good Daoist Master Blood Lotus. I wish I could have been born in the eternal heaven realm so I could have seen his glory. After a long time, Ancestor Myriad Tribulation sighed. His abnormally young face revealed a strong sense of regret and yearning. Although they were only listening to the description, the information contained within made them feel as if they had crossed over from ancient times. Your Majesty. Shen Gongbao took a deep breath, a complex look in his eyes. He respectfully bowed to Di Shitian and said, if I'm not wrong, these islands must have been left behind by Daoist Master Blood Lotus. Its tyrannical strength is second to none in the eternal heaven realm. It is one of the treasures that Daoist Master Blood Lotus values the most. Moreover, each island has a grand array. There are countless islands and countless grand arrays connected together. If we were to force our way in, I fear even Lord Eternal would have a headache. If our demon court were to fall in and trigger the Blood Lotus Demon Sealing Array, I fear we would perish within. These words were already a rather obvious piece of advice. This emperor has his own plans. Di Shitian's deep gaze swept across the entire carefree islands. His expression was solemn. Between his brows, the heavenly punishment divine eye opened instantly. Traces of delusion breaker power flickered and rippled in the divine eye. He swept his gaze across the entire carefree islands. Whoosh! The scene in front of him changed completely at the same time. He could clearly see countless mysterious runes intertwined on the islands. In the sky, they formed ferocious tigers at times and demons at other times. Waves of murderous intent filled the sky. There were endless flames, monstrous waves of blood, and tens of thousands of fighting souls. Just one look was enough to shock one's mind. The fierce murderous intent directly shot toward the divine eye. It was as if the divine eye was going to be blinded. There was a faint feeling of soreness. This feeling was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, even Di Shitian had to close the heavenly punishment divine eye again. The moment he closed it, a drop of purple gold emperor blood appeared clearly between his brows. Great! What a shocking carefree islands! The murderous intent emanating from this island even pierced your divine eye until it bled. It's really terrifying. After seeing the drop of emperor blood between Di Shitian's brows, Dark's expression changed drastically. Finally, all the excitement in his heart was extinguished. The carefree archipelago was definitely not a place for sightseeing. Instead, it was a danger zone that could truly take one's life. There were countless great formations and killing formations inside, and he could not even see many of them. He could only recognize 1,000th of them, or even 10,000th of them. Crazy Emperor, we can't enter. We definitely can't enter this carefree islands. It's not something we can enter now. It's too scary, too scary. Once we enter, we won't be able to come out. Nether cried out in a strange voice. When Myriad Tribulation Ancestor and the others saw Di Shitian's emperor blood suddenly appear, they all guessed that something must have happened. They even tried to test the waters and found that the demon emperor had suffered a loss. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Di Shitian pondered for a moment, then decisively gave up. Challenging those who could see the limits was bravery. Challenging those who had no chance of winning was stupidity. That was courting death. While investigating the carefree islands, he could feel that if he really charged in, he would be courting death. Even the demon court was not safe. It could not protect them. Leave. When they heard Di Shitian say that he was leaving, even Myriad Tribulation Ancestor and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The pressure that this archipelago gave them was definitely not ordinary. Whoosh. However, just as Di Shitian was about to turn around and leave, a divine radiance suddenly flashed from the supreme life lamp. A simple and unadorned token in the color of chaos flew out of the destiny lamp and out of the southern heavenly gate. It hung in the vast void outside the carefree archipelago. Primal Chaos Token. It's the Primal Chaos Token. With his sharp eyes, he could tell that it was the Primal Chaos Token that had been placed in the supreme life lamp. However, he didn't expect the Primal Chaos Token to suddenly change at this time. This unforeseen event also caused the experts who were originally planning to leave to raise their spirits one after another. This Primal Chaos Token is indeed not simple, Di Shitian muttered to himself. Whoosh! The Primal Chaos Token flickered in the air, and billions of Primal Chaos lights suddenly shot out from it. They quickly shot into the void, but they didn't spread out. Instead, they gathered together, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a young man in a purple robe. His black hair fluttered behind his head, and his face wasn't very handsome, but there was a strange aura about him. After this young man appeared, he was so condensed that even his flesh and blood were condensed together. He was no different from a living being. Just by standing in the void, he naturally exuded a majestic aura. The invisible pressure made even Di Shitian feel a little suffocated. The majestic pressure was unusually vast. This was an aura that was naturally emitted. However, immediately after, it transformed into a carefree and unfettered aura, and the pressure dissipated. Anyone who saw it would have a feeling of wanting to ride the wind and fly away. The young man glanced at the demon court in front of him, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out to grab the primal chaos token. The primal chaos token had changed into a purple token. The word primal chaos didn't appear on the token, but two mysterious ancient words, carefree. The token had strangely transformed from the primal chaos token into a carefree token. Carefree token, oh carefree token. I didn't expect to finally take back the token today. Interesting, very interesting. The young man looked at the purple carefree token in his hand and smiled faintly. He looked at the demon court again, and his gaze swept across the experts in the ancient city. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyen.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1224. Those with tickets, please raise. Back then, I promised an old friend that I would choose the best owner for the Chaos City he left behind and release 9 freedom tokens. No, you might call them the Chaos tokens. Regardless of what they are called, their function is to guide those who obtain the tokens to come here and to the Freedom Islands. You are very good to obtain the tokens and come here. You are qualified to enter the Chaos City. The young man smiled faintly. There was no pressure on him anymore, but he exuded a kind of ethereal and carefree charm. He looked at the demon court and spoke with assurance. You are Daoist Master Blood Lotus. Shen Gongbao asked with a slightly excited expression. Haha. I prefer people to call me Carefree Scholar. The young man smiled faintly and said, I am a carefree person, so I should be carefree. The Imperial Road is not a carefree journey. He did not deny it, but he did not admit it either. However, the meaning of his words was obvious. He was the legendary Daoist Master Blood Lotus, or even the carefree scholar that he called himself. Judging from his words, it was indeed a profound concept. It made people envious. I am the Monster Emperor of the Monster Clan, Di Shitian. Greetings, carefree scholar. Sakura stood up from the throne, nodded his head and spat out a sentence. In his voice, there was also a considerable amount of respect for the carefree scholar in front of him. His carefree mood alone was enough to deserve respect. Monster Emperor of the Monster Clan? Carefree scholar heard this and his eyes fell on Di Shitian. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the essence of any illusion. Under his gaze, Di Shitian felt like he was seen through. After staring for a long time, he sighed and said, the new generation excels the old. What a good monster emperor. You can perfectly merge the Emperor Dao and the Dao of Desire to form a unique ultimate Emperor Dao. You can be said to be a peerless genius that has never been seen before. No one can measure your future achievements. No wonder those few divine steelies would gather on you. The information expressed in his voice was as if he had seen Di Shitian's entire body clearly. She sensed his secret. I wonder if Honorable Sir is willing to enter my jade pool and let this emperor properly entertain you. You can drink to your heart's content with fine wine and delicacies. Sakura didn't feel angry because of this. This was a huge gap in strength. No words could make up for it. Instead, he opened his mouth to invite him. This carefree scholar before him was an unparalleled expert of the eternal heaven world. If he could have a chat with him, the benefits he could reap would be unimaginable. A single sentence might be useful for a lifetime. There's no hurry. Wait till you pass my test and get Primal Chaos City. I will wait for you in the Primal Chaos City. Carefree scholar smiled and didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said something meaningful. Primal Chaos City? Di Shitian took in a deep breath and looked over calmly. That's right. Primal Chaos City is at the top of my carefree archipelago. As long as you can pass the test, you will be the new master of Primal Chaos City. I don't know if you have the guts to do so. Carefree scholar looked at Di Shitian with a faint smile and said slowly. What kind of test? Di Shitian asked in a deep voice. If Carefree scholar wants this emperor to reach the top of your carefree archipelago, I don't think I have the strength to do so. If that's the case, then this emperor is willing to give up. I will leave today and come back to ask for guidance in the future. Knowing the power of the carefree archipelago, he naturally wouldn't recklessly charge forward. It's very simple. Every island in my carefree archipelago has a peerless ancient formation. Every ancient formation has a killing formation, an illusion formation, a maze formation, etc. Once you enter the range of the archipelago, you will be automatically teleported to any island. Once you enter, the great formation on the island will automatically activate. If you can break out of the formation, then you will be teleported to the next island. If you can pass all 3 islands, then you will be the master of Primal Chaos City. If you can't pass all 3 islands, then you will have a chance to enter Primal Chaos City and choose a supreme treasure. Carefree Scholar said with a faint smile. Of course, your immortal grade artifact can't enter with you. You can only pass through with your own strength. Shifter Emperor, if you want to get Primal Chaos City, then you must enter the Carefree Archipelago alone. Enter alone? The moment these words came out, Tian Can, Huang Quan, Kong Wu, and the other shifter ministers' expressions changed slightly. After all, Di Shitian's safety was now related to the future of the entire shifter court. The Carefree Archipelago was even more dangerous and unpredictable. If something really happened, then it would really cause an irreparable regret. Your Majesty. All the demon officials looked at Sakura and shouted out. It was obvious that they wanted him to reconsider his decision carefully. All right. This emperor agrees. If it's only 3 stages, then I must enter Primal Chaos City. Di Shitian suddenly stood up and said decisively without hesitation. Very good. I will wait for you in Primal Chaos City. Before you, there were 3 cultivators who came to challenge the stages. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good. They encountered a killing formation and a killing formation in the 3rd stage respectively. In the end, they were defeated and left dejectedly. I hope your strength and luck coexist. I look forward to meeting you in Primal Chaos City. Carefree Scholar smiled faintly and said something that seemed to contain a deeper meaning. After he finished speaking, his figure strangely disappeared just like when he appeared. When he left, there was no sign at all. It was as if he had never appeared. Only the Carefree token remained in the void with a sentence left behind. Enter the Carefree Archipelago with the Carefree token. Obviously, this token was the proof to enter the Carefree Archipelago. Strength and luck coexist. Dark was slightly shaken and muttered to himself. Indeed, in the Carefree Archipelago, there were countless islands and countless great formations. Naturally, not all of the formations were equally powerful. Some were strong, and some were weak. This time, they had randomly appeared on any island, so it was possible for them to enter an island with a peerless killing formation. It was also possible for them to enter an ordinary island that didn't have a peerless formation. Of course, in such an island, even if it was an ordinary island, if he didn't have the strength, he still wouldn't be able to break it. In the end, he could only leave dejectedly. In this place, strength and luck were equally important. It could be said that there was no order. 3 challengers. It seems that the sovereigns, primordial sovereigns, and even the demon ancestor must have been here before. However, they all died on the Carefree Archipelago. How powerful is a killing formation that even the sovereigns couldn't break through? Di Shitian's mind was spinning rapidly. He was analyzing every word that Carefree Scholar Carefree said. He was looking for all the information in his words. Husband, you have to be careful. I'll wait here for your return. She didn't say anything to persuade him. She knew him too well. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind easily. As a wife, silently supporting her husband was the best help she could give him. Father, you have to come back. Di Yang and Di Yue both said the same thing at the same time. Brother, you have to be careful. Di Ling also said worriedly. Don't worry. Di Shitian didn't say much. He simply spat out a sentence and directly stepped out of the southern heaven gate. He arrived in front of the unfettered token and held it in his hand. The figure of the tiger soul appeared on his back. Above his head, the seed of reincarnation flickered with bursts of divine radiance. Around his body, the 5 divine beasts continuously revolved, emitting endless majesty. Whoosh! He quickly approached the carefree archipelago. As soon as he touched the clouds outside the carefree archipelago, the token in his hand emitted a purple divine light that enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by an unknown force. He was transported to the various islands out of thin air. In the eyes of countless cultivators and experts of the demon court, they only saw a purple light flash. Di Shitian's figure had already disappeared, leaving their line of sight and entering the archipelago. At the same time, there was an image that appeared in the void, appearing in front of all the cultivators. Apparently, it was what Sakura Shitian was currently experiencing. This is, Di Shitian was enveloped by a mysterious force. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared on an island. The island didn't look like it from the outside, but standing on the inside, one could feel the vastness of the island. The place he was in was a vast and boundless mountain forest. Everywhere around him were ancient trees that towered into the sky. They were straight without the slightest bit of bending, as if they were straight and unyielding spines. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of it at all. It was like a sea of trees. Around him, there was a rich aura of life. The aura of nature and boundless vitality pervaded the surroundings. Faintly, one could hear the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. From time to time, a rabbit would quickly run out from the side. What kind of formation is this? Di Shitian quickly scanned his surroundings, carefully inspecting every inch of the area. In between heaven and earth, he didn't feel the killing intent of a great formation. There was no aura of a killing formation. Hee. Lunatic Di, you're in luck. No matter what kind of formation it is, at least it's not a supreme killing formation. If you run into one, you'll be in big trouble. Nether looked at the scenery around her and said with a hint of joy. Could it be an illusory formation or a maze formation? A trap formation. The thought flashed through Di Shitian's mind. As soon as the thought appeared, he used his right hand like a knife and chopped at an ancient tree in front of him. Crack! The ancient tree immediately broke into 2 and collapsed. Then, the broken ancient tree immediately grew back at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original appearance. If it weren't for the fact that the broken tree was still lying at his feet, he wouldn't have believed that the ancient tree had been broken just now. Sure enough, there's something strange. Sakura thought for a moment, and with a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky. In just an instant, he had ascended 1,000 feet. However, the strange thing was that as he flew up, the ancient trees around him were also rapidly growing. The higher he flew, the taller the ancient trees would grow. He was bound in the sea of trees and couldn't escape at all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1225. Lunatic Di, you don't have to fly anymore. This is a trapping formation. The higher you fly, the higher the sea of trees will grow. You will always be trapped in the sea of trees, and you won't be able to get out. This is the usual method of trapping formations. Unless you have the most overbearing power that can destroy the entire formation in one fell swoop, you must find the right way to get out. Otherwise, you will be trapped here for the rest of your life. You will never see the light of day again. Ming said calmly. In his life, with the existence of the nether prison, he knew too many things. Many of the common knowledge of formations could not escape his eyes. Di Shitian landed on the ground again. As he stood on the ground, he could clearly see that the sea of trees, which had risen up with him and grown to an unimaginable height, suddenly fell to its original height like the tide of the sea. It had always restricted his vision and kept him trapped in the vast sea of trees. Break. A look of contemplation flashed across Di Shitian's eyes. He lifted his left foot out of thin air. At the same time, a mysterious scroll of mountains and rivers appeared under his feet. An incredible force of mountains and rivers gathered together, and as he stepped down, he stomped his foot on the ground. The ultimate emperor warring step. One step to shatter mountains and rivers. Rumble. At this moment, even a casual step could shatter mountains and rivers. Now, he had condensed a peerless combat skill under his feet. With one step, the overbearing force of mountains and rivers instantly spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed. On the ground, rings of clear waves could be faintly seen spreading out like an earthquake. Wherever they passed, patches of trees were crushed into powder. There was no resistance at all. All the ancient trees within a radius of 10 million feet were annihilated. It really doesn't work. Di Shitian looked up and saw that all the ancient trees within a radius of 10 million feet around him were annihilated and turned into powder in an instant. However, when he opened his eyes again, he saw that there was still a vast sea of trees outside. It was as if this was not an island, but a vast and boundless continent with no end in sight. Lunatic Di, look. Meanwhile, Ming cried out with surprise. Under Di Shitian's feet, the sea of trees that had been destroyed by Di Shitian grew back at an astonishing speed under an inexplicable force. Moreover, the position of these trees was exactly the same as before. There was not the slightest difference. It was really strange. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were once again densely covered with ancient trees. All right. When Di Shitian saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He secretly praised the formation on this island. No wonder it was one of the ancient formations that carefree scholar valued and integrated into the island. Although it was only a trapping formation, it was also unfathomable. He took another 2 steps forward. An even more bizarre thing happened. The ancient trees around him seemed to have legs, following his movements and constantly changing their positions on their own. After a quarter of an hour, they were still bound within a radius of 10 feet, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. Moreover, he had a very natural feeling about it. It's really interesting. Sakura silently felt the operation of the great array outside his body, and a strong interest couldn't help but emerge in his mind. An expression of confidence appeared on his face. His gaze was unfathomable as he mumbled to himself, "Trapping formation? It's just a maze." Back then, this emperor could even solve the puzzle on the Qin heavenly treasure box. A mere trapping formation won't be able to stop me. However, this scene fell into the eyes of the experts of the demon court outside. They could clearly see everything that was happening on the island through the illusory light screen in the void. They also saw Indra's successive movements. After seeing that the strange sea of trees couldn't even be completely destroyed by his one strike, Myriad Calamity Ancestor and the others' expressions became abnormally grave. They had a kind of illusion that they could empathize with him. "Mother, will father be fine?" Diu nervously grabbed Chen Shi's sleeve and softly muttered. "Don't worry, your father will definitely have a way." Chen Shi's expression was extremely calm, and there wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation. That calm expression also made many of the important officials of the demon court calm down, and they didn't do anything rash. Although they were worried, they were still able to calm down. No wonder no one can shake her position as the demon empress. Seeing Chen Shi's graceful and noble expression, Mai Xin secretly nodded and muttered in her heart. Just this bearing alone was something that no one could replace. This was the demeanor that the demon empress should have. On the island, Di Shitian coldly swept his gaze around and decisively said, "The trapping formation can't stop this emperor's path." As soon as his voice fell, the heavenly punishment divine eye between his brows instantly opened. A beam of divine light shot out from the divine eye and quickly swept all around. A strong delusion breaker power quickly permeated every inch of the void. Immediately, a clear image appeared in his mind. It turned into a mysterious formation diagram. Countless formation patterns were outlined on the formation diagram. The formation in his mind was not the boundless sea of trees in front of him at all. There were not many trees in the sea of trees in his mind, but they were distributed in every region in a strange way. They were connected with each other, and they were no different from ordinary ancient trees. They even had the Yi Wood longevity chi, which made it so that the ancient trees on the island could not be cut down and destroyed. Looking at the formation diagram, It seemed that the entire island was densely covered with formation patterns. If one took a wrong step and stepped into the wrong formation pattern, it would immediately cause a chain reaction, causing the ancient trees around them to constantly move and be trapped in an area, unable to leave. I see. The key to breaking the formation is not the ancient trees, but the formation patterns hidden on the island that can't be seen with the naked eye. Di Shitian closed his eyes and deduced at an astonishing speed in his mind for a long time. Only then did he open his eyes. The moment he opened them, an unconcealable light pierced into the void. Carefree scholar, this emperor has broken this formation. Di Shitian raised his head and said slowly to the void, full of confidence. After that, he directly lifted his foot and stepped on an ancient tree in front of him. Crack! Instantly, they saw that ancient tree that was blocking in front of them, in a strange way, suddenly dodged to the side. With a crash, a rather short wooden stake appeared out of thin air under Sakra's feet. He stepped on this wooden stake and felt like a crane in a flock of chickens. After taking the first step, he immediately stepped back with his right foot and stepped on the void. Behind him was an ancient tree. The ancient tree immediately moved aside and quickly moved away from his feet. Another wooden stake popped up from the ground and appeared under his feet. He stepped on it, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this wooden stake seemed to be slightly longer than the first one. After taking 2 steps, Sakra's footsteps suddenly began to speed up. However, there was no pattern in his footsteps. Sometimes it was to the left, sometimes it was to the front, and sometimes it was to the right. There was no pattern that could be found. It was like a random action. However, he stepped on the wooden stake again and again. In the blink of an eye, the wooden stake was getting higher and higher. He broke it, he really broke the formation. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd outside, gave them a strange sense of shock. It was absolutely immeasurable. Such a trapping formation required extraordinary wisdom to break it. If it were any of them, they would not dare to say that they could break it. However, the monster emperor was able to break the formation so easily after only staying in it for a short period of time. Whoosh! At this moment, following Sakra's final step, he stepped on a wooden stake that was at the same level as the ancient tree, and the entire island appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. Very good, you have broken the first stage. I hope your luck will always follow you. There are countless killing formations in my carefree island. Once you enter, you have to be careful. Carefree scholar's faint smile slowly echoed in the air above the island. Wait for me in the primal chaos city. This emperor will come with good wine and delicacies. How can this emperor miss such a blessing to be able to discuss the past and present with scholar? Di Shitian suddenly laughed. His whole body was wrapped by a strange force again. In the blink of an eye, he left the island and disappeared strangely. Crazy emperor, be careful. As soon as his figure flashed and appeared, Ming immediately shouted. The place where he appeared was a huge mouth full of sharp fangs. Want to eat this emperor? Break for me. Di Shitian directly punched forward. Rumble. The big mouth was almost smashed into pieces on the spot. His figure moved and appeared in the void. He quickly scanned his surroundings. When he looked around, he couldn't help but smile faintly. It seems that this emperor's luck is still there. This formation is just a great supplement for me. On the island, there were countless terrifying fierce beasts. Each of these fierce beasts had a fierce light in their eyes and emitted a ferocious aura. They were all different and had strange shapes. There was a strange bird with 3 heads, a mystical horse with 5 legs, and a rat with 7 pairs of wings. The fierce aura on their bodies would frighten even peerless experts. There were so many of them that the aura of several fierce beasts had a strong deterrent force to half-step sovereigns. Haha, it's the souls of fierce beasts. Souls are the kind of existence that you are least afraid of. This time, you actually entered an island with the myriad beast soul-devouring formation. These souls are good stuff. Quick, use the soul-absorbing divine light to take them all into the nether prison. My nether prison has been empty for a long time. Thinking of the emptiness of the nether prison, Ming was full of anticipation. Break through the second stage for this emperor. Heavenly punishment, divine eye, soul-absorbing. Di Shitian stood proudly in the void, looking at the countless beast souls that blotted out the sky and earth. His emperor's aura was awe-inspiring. His divine eye emitted a vast pressure, and a bright purple-gold divine light shot out and swept across the surroundings. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1226. Those who have tickets, please help me. The divine eye of heavenly punishment had been upgraded to the level of a primordial treasure, and each of its divine powers had earth-shattering power. The soul-absorbing divine light directly targeted the divine soul and soul. It could even forcibly absorb the divine soul in the fleshly body. At this moment, under Di Shitian's full power, the soul-absorbing divine light looked like a divine feather. It was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It swept across the entire island without leaving any blind spots. Roar, roar, roar. On the island, countless ferocious beasts roared ferociously and launched all kinds of attacks. All kinds of spells bombarded the divine light crazily. Every single one of them was abnormally tyrannical, causing the void to distort. The soul-absorbing divine light was about to shatter. Among them, the ferocious beasts directly used spells to protect their souls. They wanted to resist the divine light's absorption. Swoosh. However, under the supreme majesty of the great path of heaven and earth, wherever the soul-absorbing divine light went, a large number of ferocious beasts were forcibly absorbed into the divine light at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were sent into the nether prison. Everywhere they passed, the island became empty, becoming quite spacious. Millions, tens of millions, or even billions of beast souls were absorbed into the nether prison. Good. 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 My nether prison is not empty anymore. Ming was so happy that his mouth opened and he kept laughing. Countless ferocious beast souls were quickly absorbed into the nether prison, and the number was increasing exponentially. However, at the same time, the 108 Emperor's true apertures in Di Shitian's body once again shot out a powerful devouring force. Under this devouring force, the beast souls that had just been sucked into the nether prison seemed to have been summoned. In an instant, they rushed out of the nether prison at an astonishing speed and entered the apertures in his body. No, no, no. My nether prison is empty again. When Dark saw this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He screamed as he watched the beast souls being taken away. Although the soul power in the beast souls was left, the soul imprints were all sucked into the aperture and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no movement at all. However much the divine light swept in, it was swept away. Hundreds of billions of beast souls were plundered from the whole island, and none of them were left in nether prison. Ming's face turned gloomy. Dao Tai, you really are a Dao Tai. Why are you eating everything? Why didn't you leave some for me? Ming jumped up and down and shouted. Under the natural suppression of the God Soul divine light, all of the beast souls were absorbed, and the power of the grand formation on the island decreased. Finally, when all of the beast souls on the island were taken, Di Shitian casually took a step forward and immediately appeared outside the island without any hindrance. Your luck is indeed not bad. You actually passed another trial so easily. However, I hope that your luck will continue to be like this. I will be waiting for your good wine and delicacies in Primal Chaos City. Carefree Scholar's voice reverberated in the void again. At the same time, a mysterious force enveloped Di Shitian's body, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. As he disappeared, a voice said in a mocking tone, "It seems that your luck has finally come to an end. I hope your strength is as good as your luck." As soon as the voice came out, it slowly reverberated in the void and then slowly dissipated. At the same time, in the vast primal chaos, the supreme divine domain, which was constantly emitting supreme aura, was still as stable as before, and the primordial gods and demons were still densely packed. In the supreme divine domain, lively transactions were still going on. All kinds of transactions were carried out with astonishing wealth. Bartering, each of them was a supreme treasure. In the supreme divine domain, there were no changes. However, at this moment, in the most central region of the supreme divine domain, a huge divine temple was suspended in mid-air. In front of the divine temple stood 9 huge divine statues that exuded supreme pressure. 3 of them were the divine statues of Judgment Sovereign, Radiant God King, and Dark Goddess. They were lifelike, and there were 6 of them. 2 of them were women, and the other 4 were men. Looking at the divine temple. In the divine temple, there was no difference in status. There were only noble thrones standing in the divine temple, and 9 of them were already occupied. Sitting on 3 of the thrones were Paragon Judgment in a yellow robe, the goddess of darkness in a black palace dress, and her eyes were like stars. She radiated boundless will of darkness, and she wore a snow-white robe and radiated with boundless radiance and light. Around her, countless god emissaries could be heard singing praises. As for the other 6, he first looked at the women. One of them was wearing a flowery dress with butterflies of different colors fluttering around her dress, making her look like a fairy among flowers. She had an unfathomable state, and her aura was abnormally obscure. Sitting there, it was as if countless worlds were being born and destroyed in her body. One dream, one world, one awakening, one spring and autumn. Even if it was just a glance at her, one's mind would naturally be drawn in. She was one of the 9 primordial sovereigns, the dreamy heavenly maiden. As for the other woman, she looked very ordinary. Her appearance could only be described as delicate and pretty. She wore a green feather robe that accentuated her perfect figure. She was filled with endless charm, forming a stark contrast with her appearance. However, she looked very natural. She had long golden hair that shone like stars, and her eyes were abnormally deep. From time to time, they would flicker with endless light of wisdom, and she exuded an aura of wisdom. One would naturally feel a sense of trust and respect when looking at her. She was one of the 9 primordial sovereigns, the wise heavenly maiden. Looking at the other 4 primordial sovereigns, one of them was a middle-aged man. He wore an unknown beast robe, and his pitch-black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His bronze skin exuded a sense of endless power and a strange pressure. His perfect muscles were wriggling under his skin. He was full of majesty, and his eyes were strange. His left eye was like a scorching sun, and his right eye was like an endless abyss. They exuded endless pressure. No one could look at his eyes. No one dared to look at him. He was one of the 9 primordial sovereigns, the great void divine king. The next primordial sovereign was an abnormally small body. He looked like an 11 or 12-year-old child, but his face was abnormally old. Underneath his old age, there was a strong vitality, and within that vitality, there was an endless aura of death. It was extremely strange. With a single glance, it was impossible to see through his cultivation. He was one of the 9 primordial sovereigns, forefather Terminator. Looking at the next primordial sovereign, it was a young man. This young man was so handsome that he was even more beautiful than the woman. He seemed to lack a masculine aura, and there was a hint of evil at the corner of his mouth. He wore a snow-white brocade robe, and he held a folding fan in his hand. On the folding fan, there were images of peerless beauties dancing, bringing out erotic colors. It made people not dare to look at him for too long. He was one of the 9 primordial sovereigns, flower-bearing prince. The last primordial sovereign was an old man. He sat alone on a throne, and he naturally exuded an aura and pressure that made people worship him from the bottom of their souls. It was as if he was a bottomless sea, boundless and without end. The aura he exuded was obscure and deep, and he was extremely unfathomable among the 9 primordial sovereigns. Even a peerless expert would have to bow down to him and submit to him completely. He was one of the 9 primordial sovereigns, the sole sovereign. At this moment, the 9 primordial sovereigns were all gathered in the divine palace. I wonder what you think of this trial's 10-year life and death pact with the demon race's demon emperor, the radiant divine king said. TSK, trial, you're an primordial sovereign, and you're in charge of the trial. Yet, you've repeatedly suffered losses in front of the demon emperor, a mere half-step dominator. This time, it's even better. You've even set a 10-year life and death pact with him. As a sovereign, you'll face a half-step dominator. If you still can't win, then the face of us 9 primordial sovereigns will be completely lost by you. Flower-bearing Prince waved the ancient fan behind his back and clicked his tongue as he spoke. All right, Flower-bearing Prince, there's no need for you to say any more. This time, in the Skysplit Tower, this seat has personally witnessed the Demon Emperor's abilities. He indeed has the strength to contend against us primordial sovereigns for a short period of time. In addition, the Demon Court's trial has suffered losses one after another. We can't completely blame him. However, the 10-year life and death pact this time is of the utmost importance. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, if the Demon Emperor is allowed to mature, he'll become an enormous threat to us. The Dark Goddess calmly said. That's right. The enmity between the Demon Emperor and the trial cannot be resolved. Since that's the case, how to kill him is the most crucial matter. 10 years later, in the domain of life and death, we absolutely cannot allow him to leave alive. Otherwise, with his aptitude, he'll definitely become a great threat in the future. The Radiant God King also agreed. The Demon Emperor comes from the Purple Gold continent and has 3 sovereigns behind him. If we attack him, it'll definitely lead to a battle. Although the 9 of us can suppress him, we can't seal him. However, the Purple Gold continent and the Demon God continent are mortal enemies. Previously, the lifeless demon ancestor had sent a message saying that he wanted to ally with us. If we want to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we must ally with the Demon God continent. The Goddess of Wisdom's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. Hearing their words, she knew that the operation against the Demon Emperor was inevitable. Then, what she needed to consider was not whether to attack the Demon Emperor, but how to deal with the consequences and control the overall situation. Clearly, the primordial sovereigns and the 9 demon ancestors, a total of 18 sovereigns, were enough to deal with any changes in the primal chaos. As for the Demon Emperor, the 9 demon ancestors want to get rid of him even more. They proposed an alliance to kill the Demon Emperor. I can definitely do this. However, we must be careful. The demon ancestors of the Demon God continent are all treacherous. We must not let our guard down. Even if we have to be careful, we must be careful in case those demon ancestors have other plans. Forefather Terminator slowly spat out these words. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijien. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1227. Sakra's potential and the speed of his growth was so fast that even the primordial sovereigns were shocked. Which primordial sovereigns didn't experience countless tribulations, experience countless years of polishing, and even the great path of fortune that reigned supreme in the world before finally breaking through to the primordial sovereign realm and truly grasping the realm of the great Tao of heaven and earth, obtaining the qualifications to obtain supreme status. However, Di Shitian had risen to the level that even the primordial sovereigns couldn't underestimate in less than 10,000 years. Such a character was too terrifying, so terrifying that even they had to be wary of him. Most importantly, there was enmity between the Yarrow Emperor and the Trial Sovereign. The 9 primordial sovereigns had always been on the same side, watching over and helping each other. Even if they didn't want to become enemies with Di Shitian, or even become mortal enemies, it was already too late. Time couldn't be turned back, and in the end, they couldn't become friends. Naturally, they didn't want a potential enemy to grow to such a terrifying height and continue to exist. After all, they couldn't abandon the Trial Sovereign and become friends with Di Shitian. One had lived together for countless years and had a deep friendship, while the other was just a stranger. If you were given a choice, who would you choose? Naturally, you would choose the one you had a good relationship with. The 9 primordial sovereigns sat together, and their goal was to find a way to kill the Yarrow Emperor. Moreover, The demon ancestor in the demon god continent had already transmitted his will to kill the Yarrow Emperor. Clearly, they had the same goal. That's right. The demon court behind the Yarrow Emperor is an immortal-grade divine tool that evolved after condensing 3,000 pillars of the Grand Tao. Once it evolved, it became a high-grade immortal-grade divine tool, comparable to our supreme divine domain. If we have such a divine tool with us, even if 18 sovereigns attack together, we can't guarantee that we won't be injured. The Yarrow Emperor is the master of the immortal-grade divine tool. Once he makes the divine tool self-destruct, we will also suffer heavy losses. Moreover, there are 3 sovereigns behind him who have obtained the divine tomb. Once a fight breaks out, even if we can suppress them, it will be extremely difficult to stop them from escaping. There's only one chance to surround and kill him. If we fail this time, we will become mortal enemies. Next time, we will definitely not be given such a good opportunity. It's fine if we don't act, but once we act, we will end the situation in one fell swoop. Kill the Shifter Emperor. Otherwise, such a great enemy will become a great threat in the future. The heavenly goddess of wisdom's eyes flashed with a wise and far-sighted light. There was a mysterious charm in her eyes, and she possessed an abnormally strange attraction. He spoke leisurely and analyzed step by step. Then, he said, the demonic ancestor is not a good person. He is also a jackal and a wolf. We can work together, but we need to be on guard against him. Moreover, we need to make preparations early and grasp everything in our hands. We've been preparing for countless years. It's time to bring out the trump card that we've used to fight against the Tomb of the Gods. There was a strange charm in his voice. What? Zhe, what you mean is that we need to use the trump card that we didn't even use when the demon race attacked us primordial gods. You have to know that this is a trump card that the 9 of us spent a lot of effort to create after we became supremes. We were even willing to give up on raising our sovereign divine domains to the peak. Once we use it, the consequences will be dire. The heavenly goddess of illusion suddenly opened her eyes. There was an extremely solemn expression in them. Zhe, do we really have to use this trump card? Even if we use our sovereign divine domains to fight against the demon court, we won't use it if we can. This is what we rely on to reverse the situation. The sole sovereign frowned slightly and muttered to himself. However, from his words, one could see that he also had a considerable amount of respect for the heavenly goddess of wisdom. That's right. That trump card was not used even when we were forced to make an alliance. Once it is used, we will face a great calamity. It is a bit too early to take it out now. There is only one chance to nurture it. Once it is used, the place where it was nurtured will collapse. Every chaos year it is nurtured will increase its power by a fraction. For the Shifter Emperor, we are making a mountain out of a molehill. Don't worry. As long as the Shifter Emperor has not cultivated to the sovereign realm, this sovereign will not allow him to easily leave the life and death extinction domain. No matter how strange the Shifter Emperor is or how many divine abilities he has, how can he compare to me in terms of foundation? His voice was full of confidence, and a powerful will reverberated in his body. He was an archaic sovereign. He had the confidence to face a Shifter Emperor who had not yet reached the sovereign realm. Even if the Shifter Emperor had all kinds of strange methods, he would not take it seriously. The reason he had suffered so many losses before was because he had underestimated the enemy. He had not made sufficient preparations, and he had not brought several supreme treasures with him. In a situation where he was fully prepared, he absolutely did not believe that a mere Shifter Emperor, an ant-like existence, could cause any kind of storm. At best, the Shifter Emperor was just a stepping stone under his name. Using this trump card was making a mountain out of a molehill, or even using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. There was no need to do so. No. You all know that I cultivate the Tao of great wisdom. I wield all wisdom in the world, and I use a supreme divination technique, the Great Wisdom Tao divination technique. After my divination, although I can't see the Shifter Emperor, I can sense the aura of death from you. I can see the scene of you being killed by the Shifter Emperor in the life and death extinction domain. Please take a look. The heavenly goddess of wisdom did not give up on her previous proposal because of the doubts and objections. She stretched out her jade-like hand and waved it in front of her. Whoosh! Suddenly, a heart-chilling scene appeared in the temple. In a blood-red world, a majestic Shifter Emperor stood proudly, holding a golden saber in his hand. From the saber, a series of tiger roars could be heard. The roars could be heard from the saber, and the ferocious and domineering aura could not be concealed. Under his feet, he was stepping on a corpse. Around the corpse, the earth was crumbling, and countless disasters were roaring crazily. The limbs were cut off, and the head was chopped off. The head was held in the hand of the figure, and the blood-red wine poured into his mouth. Stepping on a corpse, drinking wine with the head of a foe, how carefree. Looking at the figure, it was defy. Looking at the corpse under his feet and the head in his hand, it was the appearance of judgment supremacy. Pa. The divine palace instantly fell into a deathly stillness. After a moment of deathly stillness, a heavy rumbling sound broke the stifling atmosphere. The eyes of the supremacy of judgment were ice-cold. His expression was malevolent as he unwaveringly stared at the image. The fury in his eyes seemed to be about to burst out. He was dead. He was killed by the Shifter Emperor, and he was trampled under his feet. He was even trampled on, and his head was used to drink wine. Humiliation. It was a humiliation that could not be washed away. Wisdom Goddess, what do you mean by this? Judgment Supremacy looked at the Wisdom Goddess and asked coldly. I used 3 drops of essence blood as the price and calculated your life and death tribulation. This scene is what I saw in the deduction. I'm afraid that the Shifter Emperor fighting in the life and death domain will not be a half-step sovereign, but a powerful existence that has directly ascended to the sovereign realm. The Wisdom Goddess was unmoved, and she said in a low voice, therefore, I'm guessing that when the time comes, there will be an unforeseen event, and the scene we see now will really happen. This is the future, this is fate. However, we are primordial supremacies, and our destinies cannot be changed. Therefore, I suggest we use our trump cards. There was an inexplicable charm and strong confidence in her voice. I agree. The Great Void Supremacy finally spoke and nodded in agreement. However, his gaze was still fixed on the scene in the temple. It was abnormally deep. I agree as well. The Soul Ancestor nodded slightly and finally agreed. Then, the other supremacies all agreed, and there were no other opinions. After that, there was another discussion on how to cooperate with the demon ancestors. Vaguely, a terrifying plan or even an alliance was quickly forming. This was the biggest calamity against the Shifter Emperor. Was it a calamity? Or was it a creation? At this moment, on a strange island, Di Shitian, who was wearing a black imperial robe, was looking at the void with a strange expression. The void above his head was dark, as if it was gloomy and gloomy, as if a storm was coming. An incomparably oppressive aura filled every inch of the air, and it was vast and boundless. However, between heaven and earth, there was a terrifying aura of calamity, as if an endless calamity was brewing. Just when Sakura was secretly trying to figure out what the array on this island was, all of a sudden, a whim feeling came from his body without any warning. Moreover, his eyelids started to twitch and a feeling of uneasiness emerged clearly. This feeling was very familiar to him, and he couldn't help but mutter, impulse. Who is plotting against me? Di Shitian almost instantly understood the result of this feeling, and immediately guessed that someone must be plotting against him in secret, and that someone was a huge threat to him. He had experienced this kind of impulse before. However, it had never been as strong as now. It was almost unprecedented. Obviously, the power secretly plotting against him was definitely extraordinarily terrifying, and could bring about a life and death crisis to him. Who dares to plot against you, lunatic Di? Could it be the demon ancestor, or the primordial supremacy, Page? I'm afraid that when you become a sovereign and advance to the primordial demon ancestor, all schemes will be crushed, and all schemes will be useless. Ming sneered and shouted. You want to plot against me? Do you really think that I don't have a backup plan for the promise of 10 years? Let's see if you really have the strength to plot against me, and see if you really have the ability to kill me. Di Shitian took a deep breath and said slowly. After saying that, he suppressed this feeling in the bottom of his heart and swept his gaze across the void again. He faintly felt that there was an extremely terrifying power in this island, and it gave him the illusion that there was a blade at his back. The strong threatening aura made all the hairs on his body stand on end. The array on this island was extremely terrifying. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1228. Those with tickets, please raise. That's right, Lunatic Emperor. We must be in the formation now, but it doesn't seem to be activated immediately. Even so, this is one of the most terrifying killing formations I've ever seen. I've never seen such a killing formation before. I wonder what kind of killing formation it is. It's so terrifying. Ming took a deep breath and cried out in alarm. Rumble. As soon as he said those words, he saw the space around him trembling violently. Out of nowhere, the scenery around him changed, presenting a bizarre scene. Countless mysterious lights shuttled back and forth, intertwining to form a strange heaven and earth. In the void, there were illusory millstones. These millstones carried the endless power of time and contained the endless source of time. Every time they rotated, there would be vast traces of time crushing everything, turning everything into nothingness and all calamities into ashes. Every millstone was like a precise part of a machine, and it was moving at an astonishing speed at the same time. They were the universal discs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The universal discs, which were distributed in every inch of the void, quickly rotated around Di Shitian. In the blink of an eye, an extremely shocking change appeared on his body. The vast Emperor aura on Di Shitian's body, as well as his own infinite power, was fading away at an astonishing speed. No, it wasn't fading away, but it was retreating. Oh no, this is the power of time. This formation is related to time. It's not my power that's fading away, but my life. Almost in the blink of an eye, Di Shitian immediately noticed the change in his body. As long as I exist, so does heaven and earth. The place where I stand is under my control. The power of time reversal, stop it. Sakura scolded resolutely. His voice contained an unimaginably powerful emperor's aura. It was a voice that didn't allow for disobedience. This was the supreme power that belonged to a sovereign emperor. It spread rapidly in all directions. Rumble. When the supreme emperor's speech was upgraded to an immortal-grade divine tool, it had reached an even more profound realm. Now that it was displayed, the universal discs that were constantly rotating were immediately restrained by the Supreme Emperor's speech's power, becoming motionless as if they had been subjected to the immobilization art. Time, which was rapidly flowing backward outside his body, was forcefully stopped. It was restrained. Even so, Sakura was still greatly affected by the passing of time. His flesh and primordial spirit were originally fused together, but strangely, they separated again. The primordial spirit was the primordial spirit, and the extreme royal monarch talisman was the extreme royal monarch talisman. It was not the fused extreme royal indestructible talisman. His cultivation base directly returned to the peak of the ancient demon god realm. My cultivation base was personally accumulated by this emperor from when I was insignificant, fighting against the heavens, the earth, and the cultivators of the heavens. In this world, no one can take away everything that belongs to me. My will is the will of heaven and earth, the will of time. You can reverse the flow of time, but I can make you reverse it all the same. Sakura glanced at the surroundings. The universal light disk around him seemed to be faintly showing signs of revolving again. Lunatic Di, look. There's dirt on your clothes. Suddenly, Ming shouted loudly, and her voice even carried a trace of shock. Hwana frowned slightly and said, Big brother, there's dirt on your clothes. Sure enough, on Sakra's emperor's robe, traces of pitch black and stinky filth actually appeared. This filth seemed to have appeared out of thin air, yet it was distributed on every inch of the emperor's robe, appearing abnormally filthy and emitting a disgusting smell. His emperor's robe was made from the lotus pedestal of purification in the past. It was refined with the divine Tao and condensed with the endless faith of the demon race. Not to mention dirt, not even a speck of dust could appear on the emperor's robe. It had the power to automatically remove dust. However, the most impossible thing happened at this moment. Big brother, why is there grass on your head? It's so messy. Huana exclaimed again. Di Shitian's black hair, which had looked like the most terrifying of blades, had lost its luster and was abnormally messy. That was not all. Withered grass had appeared on his hair. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming shouted again, "Lunatic Di, you're sweating. 5 decay of the celestial being. This is the sign of the 5 decay of the celestial being. This is definitely the 5 decay of the celestial being. However, why did it appear so quickly? Lunatic Di, hurry up and get ready. I'm afraid heavenly decay is about to descend on you. Heavenly decay is the most terrifying tribulation for those who haven't fused their flesh with their nascent spirit." Ming immediately understood what was going on. All of these signs were clearly signs of the 5 decay of the celestial being. Clearly, Deva 5th Blight had already descended on Sakra Shitian. Sure enough, after that, other signs appeared at an astonishing speed. Foul-smelling filth flowed out of his body. Even his face showed obvious displeasure. For a moment, no one could believe that the person standing in front of them was the Yarrow Emperor who had suppressed the world with his emperor's might. Mother! Diu clutched Chen Shi's hand tightly and shouted nervously. Her eyes were fixed on the image in the void. She looked at her father in the image. His figure had become abnormally sloppy. She had never seen her father like this before. She instinctively felt uncomfortable. Heavenly decay. His Majesty is undergoing heavenly decay. What kind of formation is this? How can it force His Majesty into such a state? Tian Yun's eyes widened as he stared at the scene in horror. Reversing time with the power of time and destroying the body with heavenly decay. What kind of formation is this? How come I've never heard of a formation that can contain the power of heavenly decay? Mai Xin also spat out this sentence in shock. All the cultivators and experts in the demon court watched the scene in the void nervously. They knew that this moment concerned Di Shitian's life and death. The terror of heavenly decay had always been a sharp sword hanging above the heads of all cultivators below the ruler level. It could fall at any time. It could cut off the head. However, those who had truly seen it could be counted on one hand. The scene in front of them didn't dare to let their guard down in the slightest. Dirty clothes, withered hair, sweating under armpits, and smelly body. Unhappy. All 5 signs have appeared at once. I didn't expect that I would also have a day when I would face heavenly decay. Good. Very good. Isn't a tribulation also good fortune? I want to personally experience whether the 5 decay of the celestial being can do anything to me. Di Shitian originally planned to reverse time and recall the years that had gone backwards. However, after seeing the signs of heavenly decay on his body, he didn't have such plans. He took out a praying mat and sat cross-legged in the void. Interesting. Shifter Emperor, this is called the cosmic decay formation. Even if a ruler enters, they will still be reversed back to the peak of a peerless powerhouse. Their flesh and blood will be separated from their primordial spirit, and they will experience heavenly decay. If they can't survive, their soul will dissipate. If they can survive, they will also have boundless fortune. Since you can enter this formation, danger and opportunity coexist. It all depends on whether you have the strength to do so. On the island, Carefree Scholar's voice suddenly reverberated in the air. Cosmic decay formation? The combination of time and heavenly decay is indeed unfathomable. Di Shitian's gaze was deep as he muttered. A strong sense of confidence emerged in his heart. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of a drum appeared in the void. This drum sound seemed to be formed by the heavens and earth. Each drum sound shook the heavens and earth, bringing with it the majesty of the heavens and earth. It was as if the heavens and earth were bowing to the drum sound. The rapid drum sound brought with it an endless pressure. It was exerted on Di Shutien's body. The drum sound rang for a moment. The moment the drum sound stopped, Sakura could clearly feel that the endless vitality contained in the flesh and blood of the emperor's body was inexplicably emitting a strong aura of death, aging, and destruction. The vitality in his flesh and blood dissipated at an astonishing speed. The divine radiance on the surface of the purple-gold glass-like shifter emperor body dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became incomparably dim, and there was no luster at all. His flesh and blood was withering and decaying. The first decay of heavenly decay, flesh and blood decay. Whoosh! Di Shutian stretched out his arm and raised it in front of him. The arm that was originally full of strength was now like a withered tree. Not only did it not have a trace of luster, but the flesh and blood inside seemed to have disappeared into thin air, leaving only a layer of grey skin wrapped around the bones. At the same time, the layer of bloody skin turned into a layer of light and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Di Shutian's body swayed and turned into a huge black tiger. At this moment, the flesh and blood of the black tiger turned into ashes, and the purple-gold bones were clearly visible. In the blink of an eye, all the flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only a huge black tiger skeleton standing in the void. In the skeleton, one could clearly see that the internal organs were still beating and were still intact. However, it was extremely strange and gave people a cold feeling when they looked at it. "No, father, what's wrong with you?" Di Yue shouted in horror. Di Yang also clenched his fists tightly. This is the flesh and blood decay of the 5 decay of heavenly beings. At the beginning of this tribulation, the flesh and blood will dry up and turn into vitality, and the decay force will remain forever. If this decay force is not broken, the flesh and blood will not be regenerated, and one will always look like a skeleton. It was indeed the 5 decay of heavenly beings. However, it was said that in order to regenerate the flesh and blood, a huge amount of vitality and the purest life force was required. Using the supreme will to wash away the power of decay, using the power of life to reconstruct the body of flesh and blood. Once condensed, the world would descend, causing the flesh and blood to be purer and stronger than before. It could even go one step further and reach an incredible realm. It's a tribulation, but also a good fortune. Tian Yunzi was the one who understood the 5 decay of heavenly beings best. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. However, it was extremely difficult to break down the decay force. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,